Chapter 14:21. Thousands of island chains condense the Great Tao to complete the Thousand Tao tree at the center. This method is heaven-defying. Zhou Tong constantly calculated with some of the methods recorded in the Genesis Heaven book. He stared at the thousands of divine chains. In his eyes, each island chain had become an unimaginable divine chain of order. Countless divine chains of order danced and gathered at the main peak, as if an immortal phoenix was undergoing nirvana at the center. The core mountain peak was calm. There was neither life, chi, nor rays of light. There was only the tranquility of returning to one's original state. But when he carefully observed with his heaven's eye and listened with his heaven's ear, he could hear the great Tao rumbling in the central area. Countless Tao laws collided and sublimated like seawater in the sea. In just a few moments, he had gained a lot, and even his Genesis techniques had taken a big step forward. Although he couldn't fully comprehend the creation of this place, it was the first time Zhou Tong came into contact with the methods of the 99 Dragon Mountains of the future. If it was the current me, I could also set up such a Dragon Mountain, but this kind of Dragon Mountain is useless to me in the immortal domain, Zhou Tong secretly said. The terrain of the Dragon Mountain, to the lower realm where the essence energy was scarce, was a supreme treasure land for immortals. But to a place like the immortal realm, the terrain was of little value, because any paradise in the immortal realm would not be inferior to the center of the Dragon Mountain. But at this moment, Zhou Tong didn't have much time to calculate. The Yuanshu Immortal King clan's battleship was already far away. If he didn't follow, he wouldn't have any hope of sneaking in and seizing the creation alone. Zhou Tong was still hidden in the void, quietly following behind the battleship. The million floating islands weren't big. Each floating island was only about 10 miles in radius, and it was lush and verdant. They turned into thousands of island chains, and one could see that each island chain was lush and verdant. There were many old herbs, each of them translucent and resplendent, and a fragrance drifted out. This place was originally a forbidden area. After a long period of time, tens of thousands of Daos had gathered here. Every single medicinal plant that grew here was priceless, and there were even more than 10,000 divine medicines here. The herbs on each island chain are not the same. Zhou Tong carefully observed the tens of thousands of island chains. He found that the herbs planted on the hundreds of floating islands in each island chain were almost the same, but none of the herbs planted on each island chain were the same. There were over 10,000 island chains, and there were over 100,000 types of medicinal herbs growing on them. This was even one of Yuanshu Immortal King's medicinal fields. The upper echelons of the immortal domain must know that this is the place where Yuanshu Immortal King nurtured the myriad Tao tree, so they didn't come to pick the good fortune here. Zhou Tong gradually understood. Soon, they passed through the 10,000 island chain and approached the peak of the central mountain. The peak was not big, only about 100 meters in radius. In the center, there was a very special area where a tree was planted. The tree was over 30 m tall, and its trunk was winding like an old dragon. Its bark was split open like scales, and its branches swayed while its leaves rustled, causing boundless divine radiance to rise from it. The tree was densely covered in exactly 10,000 fruits, and all of them were formed from the laws. The fruits were of various colors and shapes, and the entire tree was covered in divine chains of order. Exactly 10,000 fruits. This was the symbol of the myriad Tao tree's maturity. It really is the myriad Tao tree, over 10,000 fruits. Zhou Tong was extremely moved. As long as he obtained this precious tree, he could continue down the path of immortal ancient methods. This tree was, without a doubt, a perfect immortal seed comparable to the world tree, sapling, and nascent cosmos. It could merge with cultivators, become one with them, achieve the most perfect evolution. When it was planted in the body, taking root in the flesh, it could allow cultivators to comprehend the world's myriad Tao. It could be said that as long as one merged with this tree, becoming a true immortal was pretty much a done deal. Soon after, Zhou Tong saw people come down from the battleship ahead. The one in the lead was a white-clothed youth, already cultivating a strand of immortal energy. From the looks of it, he should be the cultivator who was going to merge with the myriad Tao tree this time. Meanwhile, behind him, there were two supreme beings protecting him. Without a true immortal protecting him, Yuanshu Immortal King really is confident. Zhou Tong snickered inwardly. This was the celestial domain. Yuanshu Immortal King had confidence in divining all existences under the Immortal King level. That was why he didn't arrange for a true immortal to stand guard here. As for Immortal King level opponents taking action, even if he arranged for a true immortal to stand guard here, it would still be useless. However, that makes sense. If there was a true immortal here, how could I have followed them so far? They would have discovered me a long time ago. However, since I'm going to deal a heavy blow to the Immortal King bloodline, I should first change my methods a bit. Try not to use the Kuan Peng technique as much as possible. It's best if even the qi and blood fluctuations are concealed a bit. Zhou Tong hid on the side, carefully observing. He was only prepared at all times, not taking action rashly. It was because this myriad Tao tree might still have Yuanshu Immortal King's methods. He had to make sure that Yuanshu Immortal King's methods disappeared before taking action. Another myriad Tao tree has matured, a middle-aged supreme being nodded with a smile. In the entire celestial domain, only our Yuanshu Immortal King bloodline can nurture a myriad Tao tree every 200,000 years. A slightly older supreme being beside him also nodded slightly. Back then, when Quasi-Immortal King Mu was transcending the tribulation, the Immortal King Patriarch took action in time, creating such an excellent environment. After that, the Immortal King Patriarch casually modified it, and it instantly became the only cultivation base of the myriad Tao tree in the entire celestial domain. Other immortal kings don't have such a foundation. The middle-aged supreme being chuckled. The patriarch was very decisive back then. That's why he left behind such a treasure land for us juniors. The elderly supreme being also stroked his beard and said with a smile. From their conversation, Zhou Tong knew that Quasi-Immortal King Mu's Tao Integration Immortal Seed was also the myriad Tao tree. Moreover, his failure to transcend the Immortal King tribulation was because of Yuanshu Immortal King's interference. After he failed the tribulation, his body exploded, causing the aura of the myriad Tao tree to spread throughout the entire Heavenly Wood ruins. After that, Yuanshu Immortal King guided this place slightly and rearranged it, finally forming a place that could continuously nurture the myriad Tao tree. Yuanshu Immortal King really is vicious. For the sake of creating this type of region, he actually secretly took action against a cultivator who was attacking the Immortal King realm. It seems like this isn't the first time he interfered with Hao's tribulation in the original work. Zhou Tong didn't have the slightest good impression of this Immortal King. This type of person was a classic example of someone who was soft on the outside, but tyrannical on the inside. These two Yuanshu Immortal King bloodline supreme beings were extremely relaxed. Heavenly Wood ruins had their old ancestors' arrangements, so they could be said to be incomparably safe. This was especially the case when they came this time. Their bloodline's true immortal old ancestor who was proficient in the mysteries of heaven also made a divination. Chapter 14:22. Just as the two supremes were chatting, the young man in white took out a token made of immortal gold from his waist and pressed it against the trunk of the all-Tao tree. Suddenly, Weng a layer of light instantly appeared and then dissipated. At the same time, the aura of the great Tao spread out crazily from the all-Tao tree. The restriction has been removed. Kuiner, hurry up and fuse with it, the middle-aged supreme said. Yes. The young man in white was very excited and reached out to the all-Tao tree on the spot. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Weng a huge golden hand appeared in the void and grabbed the trunk of the myriad Tao tree. It pulled the tree up and implanted it into his body. At the same time, the other hand grabbed the white-robed young man and killed him with a single grab. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. The two supreme beings didn't expect that there would be someone lying in ambush here. Therefore, they didn't immediately stop the intruder. How dare you? As soon as the Tao tree disappeared, the older nine heaven supreme finally reacted. He yelled and made his move. Boom! He held the immortal King Divine Seal in his hand and raised his hand to attack Zhou Tong. In an instant, all directions trembled. That was the Divine Seal passed down by immortal King Yuan Shu. When used by this supremes, it was as if an immortal king had descended to the world with unparalleled divine power. However, Zhou Tong didn't dodge. Instead, he formed a fist seal with his hand, and his blood rushed into the sky like a true dragon floating in the sky. A majestic dragon fist was thrown out, incomparably fierce. Boom! Once the dragon fist was thrown out, in an instant, the void was filled with dragon roars. The great Tao rumbled, as if a true dragon was flying in the sky. A true dragon coiled around his arm, majestic and majestic. The complete true dragon technique. It's actually the complete true dragon technique. The old supreme's heart trembled. The true dragon was known as the leader of the Vicious 10, so its technique was naturally extraordinary. Moreover, most importantly, there was someone in the celestial realm who knew the complete true dragon technique. The true dragon bloodline was extremely powerful, and there were very few cultivators who could obtain the true dragon technique. At most, they could only master a few loose moves. However, there were no true dragons in the celestial realm now. It could be said that the true dragon technique was almost extinct in the celestial realm. That aura on the other party's body was absolutely not Sans Ho, but a perfected true dragon art. The Paragon was shocked. He immediately activated all of his magical power and immortal chi, using his most powerful technique. His aura skyrocketed as he attacked Zhou Tong. However, his expression quickly changed, dragon fist shattering the heavens. The might of Zhou Tong's punch was unparalleled. Even the immortal king seal that he formed dimmed after colliding with Zhou Tong's powerful dragon fist, completely losing its supreme might. Poof! The old man spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His body cracked open as he was sent flying. Zhou Tong's dragon fist had destroyed all of the old man's Tao and laws. Clang! Dazzling sword light flashed. At this moment, that middle-aged supreme being also made his move. Although his reaction was a bit slower, he was still an utmost exalted after all. Moreover, when he saw the utmost exalted of his clan being defeated, he decisively charged over and directly used the strongest technique he knew. Resplendent sword light was as glorious as the sun, illuminating the ages. However, Zhou Tong's movements were also simple and direct. He still decisively chased after that old supreme being. It was just that light shone behind him, releasing streaks of auspicious colors. A massive golden dragon tail appeared, sweeping through everything as it hacked towards that middle-aged supreme being. True dragon precious technique, true dragon tail swing. This attack was even more powerful than the dragon fist. Its power was peerless. Chaotic energy surged, destroying everything. Punk! In a world-shocking confrontation, the true dragon tail swing collided with the sword energy. Endless divine light surged, as if 10,000 streaks of sword energy were cutting through the heavens. Then, with a flick of the dragon tail, Zhou Tong's entire person turned into a true dragon, suddenly catching up to that old supreme being. Zhou Tong displayed his might, once again activating the dragon fist. For a time, heaven and earth rumbled. Even the void of the celestial realm was shattered under the might of this fist exploding. Primal chaos surged, as if heaven and earth were being split apart. This was already the strongest attack that Zhou Tong could display with the true dragon technique. Pooh! With a loud sound, that old supreme being screamed, and then his entire body directly exploded. This supreme being of the Yuan Shu immortal king lineage was killed on the spot by Zhou Tong's 2 punches. Run! The other supreme being didn't think much and directly wanted to escape. His battle prowess was inferior to that old supreme being. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have another chance. Roar! However, The moment he turned around, an earth-shattering dragon roar sounded. The dragon roar shook time, endless ripples rippled. This middle-aged supreme being's divine form paused, allowing Zhou Tong to catch up. With a dragon claw, he directly crushed his head and primordial spirit. Two supreme beings and the prodigy of the Yuan-Shu immortal king lineage died here together. Looks like there's no chance to collect the immortal materials here. I have to leave quickly. Zhou Tong immediately returned the way he came, not even taking that Yuan-Shu immortal king lineage's battleship, directly leaving. Because there was a great possibility that Yuan-Shu immortal king's divine sense would descend here to investigate the changes. If he stayed here any longer, he wouldn't be able to leave. At the same time, on the other side, in the depths of Yuan-Shu immortal king's residence, chaos surged, and this place was very blurry. A figure sat cross-legged here like a statue, silent. He was wearing an ancient Taoist robe, blurry and ethereal. It was Yuan-Shu immortal king. After a long time, Yuan-Shu immortal king finally opened his eyes. Dead. I've already set up a trap in the Heavenly Wood ruins. Who dares to make a move? I want to see who it is. Yuan-Shu immortal king snorted coldly and immediately made his move. As a supreme immortal king, he looked down on the ancient times with boundless magic power. He just sat cross-legged in his residence and stretched out an arm into the void. Instantly, woo! With a loud sound, a huge arm appeared in the void, covering countless star fields, directly grabbing in the direction of the Heavenly Wood ruins, one of the forbidden areas of the celestial realm. At this moment, all living beings were terrified. The nearby cultivators were all shocked and terrified. Yuan-Shu immortal king had been in seclusion for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. But at this time, he actually made a move. A hand flew across the sky, directly grabbing toward a certain place. One could see that large areas of star fields were shaking, and stars were turning into dust. The moment they approached the immortal king's hand, they had already collapsed, turning into cosmic dust. Yuan-Shu immortal king covered the sky with one hand, and no one could stop him. At this moment, all living beings trembled. In the various star fields that Yuan-Shu immortal king passed by, as long as there were true immortals guarding the source of life, all the races were trembling in fear. There were even some true immortals who flew out and left the star fields they guarded. They stood in the vast starry sky and looked at Yuan-Shu immortal king's hand, their hearts filled with shock. Everyone was worried, afraid that the immortal king would be angered and send an aura over, affecting them. Chapter 1423. With anger, what is Yuan-Shu doing? He suddenly took action against Heavenly Wood ruins? Could it be that something happened to his arrangements in Heavenly Wood ruins? Was the restrictions broken by someone? But that's impossible. Those are immortal king restrictions. Without immortal king methods, how can they be broken? After so many years, Yuan-Shu's place to cultivate the all-Dao tree still had problems. In several manners, several immortal kings opened their eyes at the same time, looking towards Yuan-Shu immortal king, towards Heavenly Wood ruins. At the immortal king level, normally, they would be like divine statues, sitting on praying mats, comprehending the unmatched great Tao, rarely moving once in tens of thousands of years. Directly taking action like this was definitely an extremely rare event, especially after the Battle of Immortal Ancient. When Immortal Domain was sealed, the world was peaceful. Immortal kings, even more so, didn't take action for millions of years. Now that Yuan-Shu took action this time, it would definitely attract the attention of other immortal kings. Seems like the all-Dao tree this time should have been snatched away by someone. Back then, Yuan-Shu ambushed half-immortal king Tuomu. This matter was too improper. Now that someone stole his spoils of war, he deserves it. An immortal king who didn't get along with Yuan-Shu immortal king gloated. Calculating the time, it should be time for the all-Dao tree to mature. From the looks of it, the all-Dao tree should have been stolen, and Heavenly Wood ruins arrangements weren't broken. Another immortal king snickered inwardly. The all-Dao tree was taken away by someone else? According to my agreement with Yuan Shu, the next time the all-Dao tree matures, he will sell it to me. The theft of the all-Dao tree this time shouldn't affect our transaction, right? This was an immortal king who had some type of transaction with Yuan Shu, immortal king. He was a bit worried if this matter would affect their transaction. Yuan Shu, immortal king, quickly retracted his hand. He sat quietly in his own manner, spreading out his palm. There were several auras on it. 3 of them were precisely the auras of his initial Yuan Shu bloodline, as well as the only auras left in Heavenly Wood Ruins. Meanwhile, there was another aura that was incomparably unfamiliar, vaguely releasing the aura of the true dragon bloodline. True dragon bloodline? My immortal domain still has true dragons? What a joke. The Yuan Shu immortal king's face was filled with killing intent. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky. He stared at that unfamiliar aura. That was an aura that Zhou Tong intentionally left behind to frame the true dragon lineage. He was currently trying to deduce it. In any case, Zhou Tong was extremely clear that the only true dragon left was Shihao's little disciple. Even if he shifted the blame onto the true dragon, there wouldn't be any future troubles. Anyone with eyes could tell that it was fake with a single glance. At this moment, Yuan Shu, immortal king, attacked in anger, trying his best to deduce this aura. In his eyes, scenes of the birth and death of the universe and the flow of time appeared, appearing mysterious and unfathomable. However, very quickly, a trace of astonishment appeared in the deep eyes of the Yuan Shu, immortal king. This result was clearly beyond his expectations. He couldn't accept it, and he didn't want to accept it. An immortal king actually couldn't find any information about the other party? How is this possible? I refuse to believe that I can't deduce anything. Yuan Shu released a great roar. He got up, standing in the private room. His hands continuously moved about, starting to use unmatched magical force to forcefully deduce Zhou Tong's information. How long? Yuan Shu, immortal king's divine might was matchless. Great Tao symbols filled the skies, flying out from his hands. Resplendent light shone, time fragments flying about, submerging this entire private room. Qi. However, that aura Zhou Tong left behind to frame the true dragon bloodline suddenly trembled, and then disappeared like smoke into thin air. Yuan Shu, immortal king's body also trembled slightly, his eyes becoming more and more terrifying, killing intent surging. The aura has disappeared. There is an immortal king helping him hide the mysteries of heaven? Who exactly is it? His voice was cold and ruthless, carrying thick anger and killing intent. How many years had it been? No one dared challenge his dignity. At the same time, in a cave abode not far from the Heavenly Wood Ruins, Zhou Tong also opened his eyes. Immortal kings are indeed terrifying. Just casually attacking from an endless distance away has such power. However, since they didn't attack me immediately, it means that the immortal king still can't deduce my existence. He didn't go far from the Heavenly Wood Ruins because he wanted to test the immortal king's methods. If he immediately sensed that Yuan Shu, immortal king, had locked onto him and attacked, he naturally wouldn't delay. He would definitely activate the reincarnation mirror imprint and return to his main body. However, if Yuan Shu, immortal king, didn't sense his existence, then it would be easy. This proved that an immortal king still couldn't deduce him. Then, in the future, he could be more unbridled. As for the aura of the true dragon bloodline that was deliberately left behind, it was actually just a disguise. The immortal king could definitely easily see that the aura was fake. However, if they wanted to find out more about his identity, they would need to deduce the mysteries of heaven. Unfortunately, they couldn't deduce it. However, in a short period of time, the Heavenly Wood Ruins will definitely become the focus of the immortal king. I have to leave this place quickly and find a safe place to fuse with the all-Dao tree. Zhou Tong moved very quickly. He directly traveled through the void and quickly left this place. Since Yuan Shu, immortal king, had attacked the Heavenly Wood Ruins, there would definitely be other immortal kings who would continue to investigate out of curiosity. although the immortal king couldn't deduce him. If he exposed himself openly and even fused with the all-Tao tree here, he would definitely be noticed by the immortal king. At that time, things would be even more troublesome. Taking advantage of this time to slip away quickly was the right thing to do. After offending Yuan Shu, immortal king, to death, Zhou Tong naturally couldn't continue to stay in his territory. One had to know that he was preparing to fuse with the all-Tao tree. If he stayed here at this time, it would be troublesome if something happened. Zhou Tong didn't travel alone this time. Instead, he directly borrowed the teleportation arrays of the various cities in the immortal realm. Along the way, he didn't know how many cities he passed by. Along the way, he didn't know how many seas of stars were behind him. Finally, he used the last teleportation array to leave Yuan Shu, immortal king's territory. After leaving, Zhou Tong immediately found a bare mountain range nearby and opened up a temporary cave abode. He also set up layers of restrictions nearby. I can finally fuse with the all-Tao tree. Zhou Tong waved his hand casually, and the all-Tao tree appeared. As soon as this tree appeared, it immediately drove the laws of heaven and earth. For a moment, the cave abode rumbled, and the great Tao of heaven and earth turned into a Tao sea that descended here. What a shocking all-Tao tree. Next, I'll fuse with this tree and cultivate the second immortal chi. Zhou Tong sat quietly under the all-Tao tree. A hazy white immortal chi appeared, and then the immortal chi wrapped around the all-Tao tree, repeatedly washing the tree tens of thousands of times until every fruit of the all-Tao tree carried Zhou Tong's aura. Chapter 1424. Zhou Tong left an imprint on every fruit of the myriad Tao tree, causing the aura of the myriad Tao tree to be the same as his own, achieving a resonance. In the end, with a swoosh, the entire tree began to shrink rapidly, turning into a foot tall, but it became more and more simple. Tens of thousands of auras of the great Tao fell down like a waterfall. That kind of aura, every one of them was different, and they all fell from different fruits of the myriad Tao tree. As they flowed, it was as if tens of thousands of galaxies were hanging down. Finally, he opened his mouth and sucked. This divine tree, with tens of thousands of different fruits, shrank again and entered Zhou Tong's mouth. Then, his entire body bloomed with brilliant, immortal radiance. At this moment, Zhou Tong's body seemed to have become transparent. One could clearly see that in Zhou Tong's body, a divine tree began to take root and grow. Its branches and roots spread to every inch of his flesh and blood. The aura of the myriad Tao was like a great river, constantly washing Zhou Tong's body over and over again, as if it wanted to imprint the aura of the myriad Tao into his body. With every wash, Zhou Tong's body became brighter and brighter. In the end, his entire body bloomed with endless divine light, even more dazzling than the sun. After the 10,000th wash of the myriad Tao in his body, the myriad Tao of the heavens appeared, and the laws formed a sea. The light on his body dimmed, and his body began to become hazy. His entire body turned into a rule, fusing with the myriad Tao. The power of the myriad Tao tree is similar to the heaven's core imprint of the future. It is also a weakened version of the heaven's core imprint. Zhou Tong silently compared the myriad Tao tree with the heaven's core imprint of the future. Although when he came here, his original body had not confirmed the Tao, but the nature of the heaven's core imprint, Zhou Tong already understood it very well. The rules of the myriad Tao were actually very similar to the myriad Tao tree, but there were some differences. For example, the myriad Tao of the myriad Tao tree was simple and pure myriad Tao. However, the myriad Tao of the heaven's core imprint was very condensed, or even a further manifestation of the myriad Tao. Therefore, the heaven's core imprint was the foundation of an immortal king, while the all-Tao tree could only be the foundation of a true immortal. Zhou Tong's heart became clearer and clearer. He already had a feeling that as long as he continued to cleanse like this, he would soon be able to obtain a second strand of immortal energy. This was the benefit of having a supreme immortal seed. The second strand of immortal energy could be directly condensed from the immortal seed. However, is the condensation of 10,000 Daos really the Tao that I need? At the same time, Zhou Tong was also somewhat unwilling. He indeed wanted to experience the true essence of immortal ancient methods, and that was why he was running about for the Tao harmonizing immortal seed. However, using this type of method to produce a second strand of immortal energy was a bit problematic. Zhou Tong didn't know how others managed to produce 3 strands of immortal qi, but he knew the path of his original body in Heavenly Emperor Huang. Heavenly Emperor Huang's first strand of immortal energy was ignited by 3,000 great Daos. His second strand of immortal energy was ignited by 10,000 great Daos. On the other hand, Zhou Tong's original body's first strand of immortal energy was produced by 3 great divine forms. His original body's second strand of immortal energy was produced by 6 great divine forms. Whether it was Heavenly Emperor Huang or Zhou Tong's original body, the second strand of immortal energy was actually the continuation and strengthening of the first strand of immortal energy. My first strand of immortal energy was a breakthrough in the Kuan Peng Dao. I attached the profoundness of the other 9 vicious 10 to the Kuan Peng. With the Kuan Peng as the main force, I suppressed, controlled, and merged the other 9 vicious 10 and made them perfect and harmonious. Only then did I produce the first strand of immortal energy. Zhou Tong thought silently. According to the continuation of this path, the second strand of immortal energy should be suppressed, controlled, and merged with 10,000 great Daos, and not rely purely on the power of the Tao tree to produce immortal energy. Tao tree. Zhou Tong softly muttered the Tao harmonizing immortal seed he had obtained. His eyes gradually sharpened. That's right, my Tao is definitely not purely based on the evolution of the Tao tree. I want to suppress 10,000 great Daos with 1 Tao and use my Kuan Peng Dao in this life to further suppress the other 10,000 great Daos. With a thought, Zhou Tong immediately moved. His Kuan Peng Dao also condensed countless runes and great Tao auras and began to crazily suppress the 10,000 great Daos emitted by the Tao tree. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, countless figures appeared. These were the traces left behind by the experts who had fallen in the heavenly wood ruins in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Each of them was extremely powerful and earth-shattering. As soon as these figures appeared, they immediately rushed toward Zhou Tong. Is this the hidden danger of the Tao tree? No, it should be the hidden danger of the immortal ancient methods. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed as he gradually understood where the hidden danger of the immortal ancient methods was. Immortal ancient methods were an extremely powerful cultivation system, but since the ancient times, there weren't many people who relied on themselves to cultivate a second strand of immortal energy. Most cultivators took shortcuts, for example, fusing with unmatched immortal seeds, fusing with the remains of true immortals, or some extremely precious medicinal pills and other things. Cultivators who cultivated the immortal ancient methods cultivated their first strand of immortal qi originally walked on their own path. However, when it came to the second strand of immortal qi, they only relied on external forces and couldn't continue their own path, resulting in a broken path. This was the biggest flaw of the immortal ancient methods. It is precisely because the second strand of immortal ancient methods is a shortcut that no one has any hope of breaking through the king realm to become an emperor in these countless years. Zhou Tong gradually understood. The immortal ancient methods were the same as the heaven shrouding method. Only truly stunning cultivators could reach the extreme of supreme methods. The heaven shrouding method was the Tao severing stage. What kind of Tao was severed would determine one's future Tao path. Shocking geniuses could sever the great Tao and obtain limitless growth. Meanwhile, the immortal ancient methods were the immortal qi stage. The first strand of immortal qi established one's own Tao path. The second strand of immortal qi expanded one's Tao path. The third strand of immortal qi seemed like heavenly tribulation, but in reality, it was to make one's Tao path undergo the interrogation of heaven and earth, undergo the trial of heavenly tribulation. However, during the cultivation process of the immortal ancient methods, something like a Tao seed would appear. This caused many cultivators to have problems with their second strand of immortal qi. Their first strand of immortal qi was their own Tao path. But what about the second strand of immortal qi? Those who used immortal seeds to merge with the Tao would naturally produce a second strand of immortal qi. This was a broken path. Meanwhile, those who used even more inferior Tao seeds and divine seeds to merge with the Tao would have their own Tao seeds limited in the future. When he thought of this, Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel a hint of joy. Fortunately, when he merged with the all-Tao tree, he woke up, discovering the immortal ancient methods, true Tao. His first strand of immortal qi was based on the Kuan Peng method, merging and controlling the other vicious 9 methods, forging a new path. Meanwhile, the second strand of immortal qi should be a step further, controlling all Taos and not merging the all Tao. Chapter 1425. There are too many traps in immortal ancient techniques. Zhou Tong was also a bit speechless. Even he almost made a mistake. The most dangerous part of immortal ancient techniques, as well as the easiest part to make a mistake, was immortal qi and Tao seed. His Tao and Tao seed had to be compatible. Zhou Tong initially felt that the yin-yang immortal seed was also suitable for him, because the Kuan Peng technique's most crucial part was cultivating yin and yang. However, in reality, the yin-yang immortal seed wasn't the best choice, at least not for him, because if he chose the yin-yang immortal seed, then his Tao path of cultivating the first strand of immortal qi would be unorthodox, and his future path would be narrow. Perhaps if he chose the yin-yang immortal seed, becoming an immortal wouldn't be a problem, but becoming an immortal king would be difficult. With my Tao path, there are actually only 3 best Tao merging immortal seeds: World Tree Sapling, Universe Embryonic Seed, and Myriad Tao Tree. Moreover, regardless of whether it is the Myriad Tao Tree, the Universe Embryonic Seed, or the World Tree, it should continue the path of the first strand of immortal qi, one suppressing 10,000 Taos. Even if it is the Universe Embryonic Seed and World Tree, it should still be one suppressing 10,000 Taos, and then lead the 10,000 Taos into the Heaven's Core imprint. Zhou Tong now understood the true essence of cultivating immortal qi in immortal ancient techniques. There were many comprehensions that even immortal kings who had attained the Tao through this method might not be able to understand. Because Zhou Tong's original body walked the path of using the body as the seed, his way of thinking was also inclined towards using his own Tao to produce immortal qi, and not the orthodox immortal ancient techniques Tao merging, relying on the immortal seed to produce a second strand of immortal qi. Immortal ancient methods' true immortal seeds should only be the World Tree Sapling, Cosmos Embryonic Seed, and All Tao Tree, these 3 types. It is because these 3 types are the ones with the greatest applicability, not clashing with any Tao path, to the extent where they can strengthen any Tao path. Thinking about it this way, Heavenly Emperor Huang's method of using the body as the seed is the true supreme Tao. He doesn't restrict himself to immortal seeds, but completely carries out his own Tao path. Zhou Tong thought silently. But it's hard to say. For peerless geniuses, perhaps using the body as the seed was the true supreme Tao path. However, for the vast majority of cultivators, using the body as the seed and lacking the reference of the immortal seed in the outside world, they would often not be able to reach the level of fusing with the immortal seed. Walking the path of immortal ancient methods, my one Tao to control 10,000 Taos, one Tao to suppress 10,000 Taos, is the true, correct, unmatched, righteous path. Let's fight. Zhou Tong was a little excited. He immediately started fighting with these figures. He sat cross-legged in the secret chamber, and his entire body was engulfed by the laws of heaven and earth and the order of the myriad Daos. The myriad Daos of the heavens revolved around him, and he became the only one between heaven and earth. Although Zhou Tong's figure did not move at all, the clash of great Tao continued. Even the strange phenomenon of the battle filled the entire secret chamber, representing his current state. This was an incomparably grand battlefield. Endless Tao descended, turning into cultivators and creatures one after another. Clang! A figure wielding a golden divine blade slashed down at him ferociously. Golden splendor blossomed, and the blade turned into a streak of golden lightning. Clang! Zhou Tong brandished his sword. The Kuan Peng's only true feather sword was used, directly destroying the blade radiance. At the same time, it removed this person's head. However, immediately afterwards, something even more terrifying happened. Endless figures appeared, carrying killing intent, all of them rushing murderously towards Zhou Tong. 10,000 Tao laws turned into 10,000 figures. They were either ancient natives, immortal birds, and strange beasts, or pure traces of weapons. Killing intent overflowed into the heavens. Alho! An azure dragon flew over from the depths of the void, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, covering 1,000 li. The dragon claw slashed down, green multicolored light endless, tearing apart the void. Black cracks extended outwards, the scene terrifying. With a dang sound, Zhou Tong's palm turned into a pung claw, clashing head-on. One side was a pung claw, the other dragon claw. Ear-splitting noises rang out between the two, as if metal was colliding, sparks flying in all directions. However, immediately afterwards, the Kuan Peng's wings unfolded, and like the clouds of the heavens, they extended endlessly. They suddenly struck out, chaotic energy curling about, cutting down that azure dragon. How long? Soon after, there was the sound of thunder, only to see a giant single-horned ape also rushing over with lightning. However, Zhou Tong shook off the lightning, waving his pung claw forcefully, bringing about a strand of void divine power, tearing apart the space. The pitch-black void crack broke through the giant single-horned ape. Screech! With a wild cry, Zhou Tong completely transformed into a giant pung bird, spreading his wings and flying high, fighting with his enemies above the 9 heavens. The battle continued. Humans, beasts, birds, weapons, and others were all making their moves, surrounding and attacking Zhou Tong. Ancient natives brandishing clubs, divine birds spreading their wings and soaring into the sky, immortal beasts bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws, scarlet iron spears, brilliant sword lights like the Milky Way, blood-stained halberds, blood-dripping heavenly blades. For a moment, the metallic luster was extraordinary, and killing intent surged into the heavens. It was simply like a magnificent army of thousands of men and horses charging over at the same time. The speed was too fast, and there was no way to evade. This was something necessary to suppress 10,000 Tao. Kill! Zhou Tong roared madly. He transformed into a Kuan Peng and began to fight with all his might. Kuan Peng fist, yin yang si, one true feather sword, Kuan Peng wings, Peng claws. The Kuan Peng treasure technique was displayed to the extreme by Zhou Tong, constantly clashing with the figures formed by the 10,000 Tao. A life and death battle, blood staining the Peng feathers. Zhou Tong began to fight with all his might. This was a battle of the great Tao, and he could not hold back in the slightest. He fought with the enemies formed by the 10,000 Tao beside him, slaughtering in the army. This scene was very tragic, but also very terrifying. Zhou Tong transformed into a Kuan Peng, madly charging in the midst of the magnificent army, from the east to the west, from the south to the north, from the sea to the 9 heavens. Under the Kuan Peng's huge divine wings, corpses and bones were everywhere. It was like harvesting wheat, falling down in batches, and blood flowed like a river. However, this was only the first wave. Suppressing 10,000 Tao was not just the first wave. To be precise, the first wave could only be considered as just the beginning. The truly difficult part was the backlash of 10,000 Dao. Kill. The 10,000 phantoms that were previously killed by Zhou Tong revived again, and the magnificent army continued to attack. They did not give him any time to rest, and flew towards Zhou Tong like a swarm of bees, fiercely attacking him. The Dao has changed. As soon as they exchanged blows, Zhou Tong immediately felt that the 10,000 Dao this time was somewhat different from the previous 10,000 Dao. The 10,000 Dao was not unchanging. Any two Dao could merge with each other, cooperate with each other, and combine together to form endless changes. Even if there were another 10,000 waves, there would not be a trace of repetition. But so what if it has changed? It is only a resource for my success. Kill. Zhou Tong once again threw himself into the battlefield, risking his life. There was no turning back now, and he could only kill all the way until the second strand of immortal qi was cultivated and completely expand his Dao path to a whole new peak. During this process, the Kuan Peng that Zhou Tong transformed into fell from the sky a few times, but in the end, he crawled up and continued to advance. Just like this, he killed wave after wave of phantoms, advancing step by step. Chapter 1426. At the same time, in the secret room, at the center of that endless battle scene, the natural laws of the heavens all descended towards him, tangling with him, fighting a great battle against him. Moreover, the natural laws of the heavens also changed more and more, becoming more and more profound. In the later stages, the 10,000 natural laws released clanging sounds, turning into divine chains of order one after another, piercing through him, winding around his surroundings. In this instant, Zhou Tong simply became like a struggling silkworm in a cocoon, the natural laws of the 10,000 natural laws turning into silk, piercing through him, firmly binding him here. However, Zhou Tong's expression didn't change, receiving everything, enduring it all. His flesh was undying, flickering with precious light, flowing with multicolored light, continuing to suppress and control the natural laws of the 10,000 natural laws. Meanwhile, at this time, Zhou Tong already sensed that he was only that final step away from suppressing the 10,000 natural laws, calmly controlling the 10,000 natural laws, cultivating the second strand of immortal energy. Wonglong. However, at this time, the natural laws of the 10,000 natural laws changed again. There was no longer a battlefield in the void, but rather a brilliant starry sky, a dazzling world. Zhou Tong sat on the great earth, chaotic energy overflowing from his entire body. In the distance, the mountains were heavy, the stellar rivers in the sky resplendent, immortal birds crying nearby, beasts dancing chaotically. A blade of grass, a tree, a sea of sand, all things in the world appeared one after another, drowning him out. Each object was a strand, forming a dazzling picture scroll, wrapping him within. The surroundings turned into a void swamp, making him sink into oblivion. It's not sinking into oblivion, it's transcendence, suppression. Zhou Tong became alert. This was the most important trial before the second strand of immortal energy. Only by passing this trial could he cultivate the second strand of immortal energy. He roared crazily, all of his body's qi and blood rushing into the heavens. In the end, he turned into a divine bird, smashing through mountains and rivers, destroying all life, soaring into the starry sky, spreading his wings and reaching the heavens. This seemed to have become a picture, forever frozen here, never fading. Zhou Tong was like a great fish that transcended the river of fate, turning into a bird, spreading his wings and soaring into the heavens. He struggled free from the world swamp, completely transcending. At this moment, the divine chains of order around his body gradually faded. At the same time, a faint and pure white aura condensed and was about to take form. The second strand of immortal energy was completely formed. It was snow white like jade, holy and sparkling. 2 strands of immortal chi. The moment the second strand of immortal chi formed, Zhou Tong opened his eyes. The 2 streams of immortal chi coiled around Zhou Tong like 2 white jade dragons, making him feel comfortable all over. Next up is the issue of the 3rd strand of immortal energy. However, before that, I will need to train myself properly. There's also the myriad Dao tree that I need to fuse with further, Zhou Tong thought. For this trip to the celestial realm, he wasn't in a rush at all. He could slowly cultivate bit by bit and spend time polishing each cultivation level. Time passed slowly as Zhou Tong continued to cultivate bitterly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. It had to be said that the cultivation environment of the celestial realm was too strong. The 2nd strand of immortal chi had reached the perfect state in just half a month after he cultivated it. Moreover, he didn't use any pills or things to promote the perfection of immortal chi, only the most basic breathing. In the following year, Zhou Tong had been quietly polishing his essence, energy, and spirit. At the same time, he was also pondering the mysteries of the scriptures. This scripture wasn't the secret realm scripture of the heaven shrouding technique, but the immortal Dao scripture of the immortal ancient technique. Since he had obtained the myriad Dao tree, this true fate immortal ancient technique was a foregone conclusion. Naturally, he had to ponder the scriptures of the immortal ancient era. Zhou Tong had grasped many immortal Dao scriptures, and they were all seen by the original body through the reincarnation mirror from the previous life of the immortal divine herbs. Among them, there were even scriptures of the seniors who created the immortal ancient technique. With so many scriptures to choose from, Zhou Tong naturally didn't think too much. He directly chose the immortal scripture of the Golden Crow clan to comprehend. The scriptures of the immortal ancient era were completely different from the scriptures of the heaven shrouding era. The scriptures of the immortal ancient technique were too profound. One had to be in the void Dao realm to reach the lowest level of cultivation. This was equivalent to the saint realm of the heaven shrouding technique. Moreover, the scriptures of the immortal ancient technique pointed directly to immortality. Those who hadn't become immortals couldn't understand the true uniqueness of the scriptures. Therefore, even the peak existences of the human Dao couldn't create an immortal Dao scripture. When Zhou Tong roughly comprehended the scriptures, he also knew it was time to face the tribulation. He would borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation to cultivate the 3rd strand of immortal chi and then break through in one go. How long? Soon, a grand sea of lightning descended. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts and deities cried. The universe erupted with endless lightning, deafening. There was even a great Dao guillotine that appeared. The 3rd strand of immortal chi that had just emerged from the lightning tribulation was cut apart by the great Dao guillotine. However, he quickly operated the previous 2 strands of immortal chi to recover, destroying the heavenly tribulation in one go, successfully producing the 3rd strand of immortal chi. As expected, if the first 2 strands of immortal chi advance according to the established Dao path, the 3rd strand of immortal chi's heavenly tribulation is the interrogation of heaven and earth. The great Dao guillotine is precisely this type of heavenly tribulation that will appear. Zhou Tong understood. The great Dao guillotine was the most difficult tribulation for all cultivators who cultivated immortal chi. Only the most powerful individuals who completely relied on themselves to cultivate the 3rd strand of immortal chi would encounter it. This was a heavenly tribulation that specialized in severing the path of the human Dao. Those who cultivated the 2nd strand of immortal chi through trickery didn't have the qualifications to see this type of thing at all. I've stopped here for a year. After another hour of cultivation, I should continue on my way. After cultivating the 3rd strand of immortal chi, it was about time for Zhou Tong to leave this place as well. He continued forward, heading towards the Kuan Peng clan's ancestral land. However, before this, he still had to completely refine the strand of all life source energy in his hands into an artifact. During these years, Zhou Tong had always nurtured the source of all life source energy within his body, and now there was an all-Tao tree within his body. Before the all-Tao tree completely turned into his own Tao seed, he still had to avoid the interference of all life source energy. Merging with an immortal seed wasn't a simple matter. Zhou Tong was only at the initial stage of merging. If he wanted to truly merge perfectly, make the all-Tao tree completely become one with him, he still needed a bit of time to slowly synchronize and grow. In reality, during the cultivation process of immortal ancient methods, it was the heavenly deity realm that truly made immortal chi take root in the immortal seed. Only after reaching the heavenly deity realm would the immortal seed truly become one with the cultivator, living and dying together. With Zhou Tong's current situation, even though he could completely directly face the immortal ascension tribulation. However, in the end, he still wanted to personally experience the most orthodox cultivation method of immortal ancient methods. That was why he still strengthened his foundation step by step, using the most orthodox immortal ancient methods to cultivate bit by bit. This was also a type of recultivation, making his foundation even more stable and powerful. Chapter 1427. All Life Source Energy Root. Zhou Tong casually waved his hand, the strand of all life source energy within his body immediately floating out, dazzling and resplendent. Zhou Tong activated the Tao flame, continuously tempering it. At the same time, he used his mind as a hammer, repeatedly striking it. In that instant, the Tao sound around Zhou Tong's body was endless, even more so sonorous. 3 days later, a bell that was exactly the same as Zhou Tong's main body's bell appeared in his palm. The bell's body was simple and natural, vaguely giving off the feeling of the beginning of heaven and earth, the natural Tao law feeling. This was a small bell that was only a meter or so in height. Zhou Tong cultivated the all-life source energy these years, only able to refine this small bell. Even though it was only a small bell, it was like a world of its own, wisps of mysterious yellow energy curling about the bell's walls. Time ago, slowly temper it along the way. Zhou Tong opened his mouth and sucking this bell into his body, using the all-Tao tree's all-Tao as a flame, and then using his own Kuan Peng technique to temper it further. After leaving this cave, Zhou Tong turned into a Kuan Peng, spreading his wings and taking to the skies, crossing heaven and earth. After 3 strands of immortal energy, the next great realm that true geniuses needed to experience was holy sacrifice. This was an extremely strange cultivation realm. After cultivating to this level, one's cultivation would often fluctuating between divine flame realm and heavenly deity realm. Of course, Zhou Tong was at the peak of supreme, being cultivation foundation to begin with. The fluctuations of this cultivation realm were almost negligible for him. He cultivated slowly, advancing while cultivating, improving. While cultivating, he comprehended the core and profound mysteries of immortal ancient methods bit by bit, comprehending the mental state of the person who created this path back then. A year later, he successfully passed the divine king tribulation, the fluctuations of holy sacrifice already unable to affect him. Now it's time to truly merge with the all-Tao tree, break through into heavenly deity realm. Zhou Tong randomly found a place, opened up a temporary cave, and then sat down, operating scriptures. Wang Long. Suddenly, the roots of the all-Tao tree started to take root in Zhou Tong's body. Every inch of his flesh and bones were covered with the roots of the all-Tao tree. His entire body started to assimilate with the all-Tao tree. His originally normal body began to gradually change. His body gradually became illusory, and a myriad Tao tree full of tens of thousands of fruits appeared where he was sitting cross-legged. It wasn't just the changes to his body. Even his primordial spirit had started to merge with the all-Tao tree. Thick roots covered every corner of his primordial spirit. The aura of the great Taos poured down from the myriad Tao tree, fusing into Zhou Tong's Yuan Shun and corporeal body. Rumble. The sky curtain immediately fell from the sky. It was a shocking scene. Tens of thousands of divine chains of order, like tens of thousands of brilliant waterfalls, poured down from the grand heavens and earth. The scene was magnificent. This was the beginning of Zhou Tong's transformation. His body and primordial spirit merged with the all-Tao tree, and the runes of all the Taos of heaven and earth descended. Zhou Tong could clearly feel that his body, primordial spirit, and immortal qi were all beginning to merge with the all-Tao tree. He didn't need to interfere too much in the process of merging. He only needed to study the runes here and use them to verify his own great Tao, so as to further perfect his own path of Tao. In this world, the Kuan Peng technique was the best. One Tao suppressed all Taos, and it absorbed the essence of all Taos to replenish itself and expand its own path of Tao. In the temporary cave, Zhou Tong further observed the divine chains of order formed by the Taos of heaven and earth. This was the most essential, profound meaning of heaven and earth, and it was also the most basic and simple rule. During this process, Zhou Tong gradually understood the rules of heaven and earth. He even began to arrange and combine these rules himself, evolving them into the Kuan Peng technique, the True Dragon technique, the Immortal Phoenix technique. Almost all the techniques and techniques he knew were dissected here. He started from the most essential aspects, observing and studying them in all aspects. Zhou Tong was a bit dazed, swimming freely in this Tao sea to his heart's content. The process of merging with the all-Tao tree took 3 whole years, and during these 3 years, Zhou Tong also successfully skipped the heavenly deity realm, reaching the void Tao realm. The void Tao realm was close to the great Tao, merging with the great Tao. One could comprehend the profound principles of heaven and earth. It was the first time one came into contact with the Tao, and it even gave one the misconception that one had become the great Tao, especially when Zhou Tong merged with the all-Tao tree. This feeling of merging with the Tao was even more intense. My foundation has already been consolidated to the void Tao realm. It's time to test it out in real combat. Zhou Tong took out the map of celestial domain and imbued it with divine power. Soon, he found a forbidden area in the north, Zhang Province's forbidden area. Zhang Province's forbidden area was located at the border between Taishu Immortal King and Qiyu Immortal King's territories. It was a place that no one cared about. According to some information displayed on the map, during the first years of Immortal Ancient, a heaven-shocking battle had previously happened here. An unmatched giant from Realm C descended into celestial domain, ultimately killed by one of the founders of Immortal Ancient's cultivation system. This was the place where an immortal king died. Moreover, the place where an immortal king died in Realm C that was contaminated by darkness. Even though this place was purified several times by several immortal kings joining hands to display great divine abilities, there were still some strange things here in the end. It wasn't dangerous for those who achieved immortality, but for existences below immortal Tao, it was still extremely dangerous. Zhang Province's forbidden area, for those who didn't achieve immortality, was definitely a terrifying forbidden area. This place is perfect for testing the all-Tao tree's power. I don't need to enter the core region, only need to pass by the border for a bit. The Kuan Peng wings on Zhou Tong's back flapped, his entire person directly rushing towards Zhang Province's forbidden area. A month later, Zhou Tong finally entered this forbidden area. This place was a great desolate forest. Even though it was a forest, it was just like a desert. This place was too quiet, not the slightest bit of aura in the surroundings, and he couldn't hear the sounds of snakes, insects, rats, and ants either. This was a very strange situation. This was another forbidden area in the celestial realm. Zhou Tong opened his heavenly eye and cautiously sized up all the scenery in the surroundings, not letting go of any abnormal situation. What's that? After walking for a short while, Zhou Tong was instantly stunned, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. This was because there was a large tree in front of him that was full of corpses hanging from it. This tree was about 100 meters tall, but the strange thing was that there wasn't a single leaf on the tree, and the countless ends of the countless branches all had strange corpses hanging from them. To be more precise, these were just pieces of human skin that only had human heads left. It was as if something had sucked their blood dry, melted the bones below their heads, and swallowed their marrow, internal organs, and so on. Only a head was left hanging on the tree, and below the body was a complete set of skin that fluttered in the wind. It looked as if the entire tree was filled with supernatural versions of the Terubozu. Moreover, there wasn't any vegetation beside this tree, and the ground was also soft and dark red, as if it had been completely drenched in blood. Chapter 1428. Is it really a corpse? Why does it feel like the all-Dao tree? Zhou Tong counted carefully. There seemed to be exactly 10,000 corpses on it, and every corpse was different, similar to his own all-Dao tree in some aspects. Maybe it really is related to the all-Dao tree, but now, no matter what, it can't represent the myriad Dao. At most, it can only be called the all-demons tree. Zhou Tong said in his heart. Hello. Just as Zhou Tong approached this place, he immediately received an extremely terrifying attack. A wave of demonic aura, like tens of thousands of divine weapons that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, slashing towards him with terrifying power. Zhou Tong let out a muffled groan, but managed to withstand it. Looking around, he saw that on this strange demonic tree, over 10,000 corpses opened their eyes at the same time, looking over at the same time, causing one's hair to stand on end. Especially when these corpses opened their mouths and roared out circles of Dao waves. When they gathered together, it was like tens of thousands of demonic sounds entering one's ears. Scram! Zhou Tong roared, and then made his move. Multicolored light flashed in his hand. An immortal light shot out in all directions, illuminating the sky. In his hand, a small tree appeared. It was only a foot tall, and its trunk was winding like a horned dragon. On the branches hung 10,000 fruits with different auras and shapes. They emitted chaotic energy and immortal mist, mixed with the aura of 10,000 Dao, and were incomparably brilliant. Zhou Tong swept out with the all-Dao tree in his hand, and the 10,000 fruits on the all-Dao tree shone at the same time. Clang! Cold light flashed, and a fruit suddenly lit up. Accompanied by the clanging of swords, it rushed out with an incomparable cold light. This was a fruit shaped like a sword. Dang! At the same time, a melodious bell sound rang out. Another bell-shaped fruit shone, and it was as if a large bell was vibrating, emitting circles of ripples. Ooh! Then, fiery light suddenly appeared. An expanse of flame-like fruits lit up, releasing endless fiery light as they rushed forward. Walala! Then water surged, and a blue fruit shone, with countless streams of water emerging from it. Roar! A fruit shaped like a tiger also opened its mouth and roared. The tiger's roar shook the heavens, fierce and powerful. After that, the fruit shaped like a true dragon also opened its mouth and roared. The fruit shaped like a phoenix soared with 5-color divine light and bathed in the nirvana flame. The fruit shaped like an 8 trigrams also emitted a hazy halo with 8 types of energy circulating. The all-Dao trees, myriad Dao trees, fruits shone at the same time, and tens of thousands of spells burst out at the same time, like thousands of rivers returning to the sea. In the end, it turned into a vast ocean of laws that pressed down. Yeah, woo. Oh, woof! The tree of myriad demons was also facing the attack. Every head of the tree also burst forth with dazzling divine light, and at the same time shot out a series of divine techniques toward Zhou Tong. However, as soon as Zhou Tongyan moved, the 10,000 Dao laws emitted by the all-Dao tree changed. After these 10,000 Dao laws gathered together, endless changes were born. They might have reinforced each other, or they might have restrained each other. Boom! There was a loud boom, and a sea of great Dao symbols surged. Zhou Tong swung the all-Dao tree and snapped the myriad demon tree in front of him. Half of the tree's branch fell heavily. The all-Dao tree was immeasurably powerful. The all-Dao tree's power is indeed quite terrifying. Zhou Tong sighed. Swinging the tree with all his might was equivalent to unleashing tens of thousands of different spell techniques in an instant. But I feel like if I keep using the all-Dao tree, I'll turn from a warrior into a sorcerer. Zhou Tong was also a little speechless. If he really used the all-Dao tree in battle, he would be like a cannon. There were over 10,000 fruits, and each of them could easily unleash an extremely terrifying Great Dao spell. Actually, that's not all. Zhou Tong's heart stirred, and he pointed casually. Whoosh! A seed flew out of Zhou Tong's fingertip, and it sprouted in the void, releasing an ancient and mysterious aura. This seed grew into a tree in the void, and tens of thousands of colorful flowers bloomed. Then, the flowers withered and bore fruit, and tens of thousands of fruits appeared. This is the all-Dao tree that I've created through a spell technique. If I bury it in a spot in the void, I'll be able to achieve unexpected results. Zhou Tong almost instantly realized how to use the all-Dao tree. It could be said that the all-Dao integration stage Immortal Seed had the most transformations. The all-Dao tree contained tens of thousands of Dao laws. There were righteous, evil, mystical, yin and yang, 3 talents for symbols, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, and chaos. There was nothing that it could not accept. Thus, once this tree was fused with, it would be able to unleash a myriad of transformations. However, although the all-Dao tree is powerful, it still has to be attached to my most fundamental Dao of Kunpeng. All Dao is for me to use, and not this kind of spell technique. Zhou Tong did not dwell on this issue for too long. Instead, he continued onward. Immortal Domain's restricted regions were extremely dangerous. Even if it was Zhou Tong, he still had to be careful. Time passed slowly. 100 years passed in a flash. Along the way, Zhou Tong encountered countless dangers. For example, there were some extremely strange creatures that had been created by the invasion of the dark matter, some experts who had died here before, some monsters that had gained sentience from their corpses, and even some remnants of the immortal Dao formation. Along the way, Zhou Tong fought great battles continuously, his cultivation also increasing bit by bit. Meanwhile, through the great battles again and again, Zhou Tong himself became more and more familiar with the all-Dao tree, to the extent where he even used the all-Dao tree's power as the core, establishing countless wondrous methods. Finally, when he was about to leave this restricted region, Zhou Tong finally crossed the supreme being tribulation, smoothly stabilizing his cultivation realm at the supreme being realm. The supreme being path is indeed extremely difficult. Zhou Tong silently said to himself. This body of his was also a supreme being who had been in this world for less than 500 years. If he wanted to cross the supreme being path in this type of situation, the difficulty wouldn't be any less than sure how crossing the supreme being tribulation. After a bit more time, when my cultivation realm is more or less stabilized, then I'll sharpen myself for a bit, carefully study the immortal ancient system, create some scriptures, and then I can start crossing the immortal tribulation. Zhou Tong finally set his resolution, attacking the true immortal path. In reality, when he had just entered immortal domain, he could already attack the true immortal realm. Only, on one hand, he wanted to enter the true immortal realm through his own path, and not take advantage of the innate advantage of the ancestral fry. On the other hand, he also wanted to personally experience the complete and orthodox cultivation process of immortal ancient methods. That was why during these years he had always been consolidating his foundation, recultivating it. Supreme Being was a great cultivation realm. If it was described using the heaven-covering technique, this cultivation realm included half Emperor and Great Emperor, these 2 levels. After Zhou Tong's Kunpeng body reached the Supreme Being level, he wasn't in a rush to break through the cultivation realm and become an immortal, instead still slowly comprehending the mysteries of this cultivation realm. The ancient scriptures created by the Golden Crow clan's creator had long been memorized by heart. As for the other immortal king ancient scriptures, Zhou Tong was also extremely familiar with them. However, each time he reread them, Zhou Tong would always gain some different insights. Time slowly flowed on. Zhou Tong advanced while cultivating. He walked further and further on the Supreme Being path. Chapter 1429. In a place like the celestial realm, there was no sense of time. In the process of cultivation and advancement, he forgot about time, forgot about winter and summer. Time passed silently, and soon, close to 1,000 years had passed. His cultivation continued to grow in these 1,000 years, and his magic power became more and more profound and pure. With a thought, he could capture the stars and moon, and with a casual breath, he could absorb the sun essence, moon essence, and starlight of the celestial realm. Whoosh! Zhou Tong sat cross-legged in the cave and cultivated, comprehending his own Tao and magic. Above his head, immortal energy rose, and strands of immortal energy converged into 3 strands, like 3 true dragons overturning rivers and seas. Then, the 3 strands of immortal energy above his head gradually turned into 3 Tao flowers and gradually began to bear fruit. The pinnacle of extreme Tao. Next is to trigger the descent of immortal tribulation and directly become an immortal. A smile appeared on Zhou Tong's face. After coming to the celestial realm for 1,000 years, he finally completely used the immortal ancient method to completely rebuild his cultivation, reaching the peak again. In the process of rebuilding, he even used all kinds of terrifying methods to temper himself, continuously strengthening his foundation. Although with his ancestral Kuan Peng identity, he could directly trigger the immortal tribulation to become an immortal when he first entered the celestial realm. That kind of immortal could only be considered the weaker kind. In the realm of true immortals, compared to other true immortals, he didn't have much of an advantage. But now, after 1,000 years of tempering, he had completed the immortal ancient cultivation system, absorbed and mastered the innate Kuan Peng Tao, and walked his own path after creating his own scripture. If he went to become an immortal now, he might be an elite among true immortals as soon as he became an immortal, and his potential was even greater, and he could go even further in the future. This was also the main reason why Zhou Tong spent 1,000 years tempering himself. How could just becoming an immortal be enough? At the very least, he had to become an immortal king, or even go one step further. But the immortal tribulation, this is a problem I've never encountered before. I should go to a nearby city to find some information, Zhou Tong thought to himself. If it was the heavenly tribulation before, Zhou Tong could still deal with it with some situations in the original work. But for something unprecedented like the immortal tribulation, even Zhou Tong needed to find some information about the immortal tribulation. Let's go to a nearby city. He took out the map again and looked at it carefully. Zhou Tong was currently in the northern part of the immortal domain. The closest city to here is Pan King's territory's Bright Wave City. Zhou Tong quickly determined the direction, transformed into a great peng, and soared into the sky. Half a day later, Zhou Tong had traversed hundreds of millions of miles of mountains and rivers, crossing several star regions, and finally arrived at a continent. From afar, they could see a huge city at the end of the horizon. It was vast and majestic, and its aura was majestic. It was as if a star was suppressing this place. Buzz! However, just as Zhou Tong was about to head over, raging flames suddenly surged into the sky. A golden sun descended from the sky, flying towards Zhou Tong. Its light was so dazzling that it melted the space around Zhou Tong. Who? Zhou Tong also abruptly reacted, revealing a trace of shock. That aura was unstoppable. It was definitely a true immortal. However, when did he offend a true immortal? Even if that was the only time he took action against Yuan Chu, Immortal King's descendant, the other party shouldn't have been able to find him. Meanwhile, right when Zhou Tong was shocked, that golden sun turned into a golden crow, restraining all of its heat and divine light, flying over from the void. In the end, it turned into a middle-aged man. This person restrained his aura. In Zhou eyes, he was simply like an ordinary person. "Uncle, wait for me." Immediately afterwards, a voice sounded. A small golden crow turned into a streak of blazing golden light, flying over. Then, it turned into a young man, landing at the golden-armored middle-aged man's side. This person wore golden robes, a golden crown on his head, his appearance heroic. Behind his head was a golden sun, raging flames surging, as if it could ignite the heavens. This is the youngster who defended the city that day. Zhou Tong's eyes stopped over this youngster's body for an instant, and then he was a bit shocked. He recognized this youngster. It was precisely the Golden Crow clan youngster who happened to make things difficult for Sure Hao and the others when they entered a mortal domain. His name was Jin Yang. If that was the case, then this middle-aged man was... Zhou Tong looked towards that middle-aged man, his eyes just happening to meet his. "Haha, it seems like you already recognized me." This middle-aged man roared with laughter. "Previously, I was still wondering when another Kuan Peng appeared in our immortal domain. Turns out it was you." He just happened to be hurrying in this direction, and also just happened to see Zhou Tong put away the Kuan Peng body, which was why he recognized him. "I pay my respects to Senior." Zhou Tong's impression of this person was quite good. Back then, when he had just entered a mortal domain, it was precisely this person who helped him, transferring a strand of immortal energy to him. "Uncle, he is..." Jin Yang asked from the side. "Do you still remember the matter of a group of lightning spirits entering?" There was a small black fish in that group of lightning spirits. The Golden Crow clan's true immortal asked. "What? It's actually you?" Jin Yang cried out in alarm. Back then, the black fish that entered immortal domain from the outside world actually already reached this level, looking like it was actually this deep and unfathomable. "Hello." Zhou Tong nodded slightly. After 200 years passed, this Jin Yang's cultivation actually didn't make much progress, still not becoming a supreme being. Zhou Tong was also rather speechless. Immortal domain's slow life really was enviable. "Hello." Jin Yang was a bit embarrassed. Back then, in front of Immortal Domain's gates, he was bossy and arrogant, but in the end, he was beaten up viciously by Sure Hao. Now, the audience was right before his eyes. It was rare for him to run into a few acquaintances, moreover, just happened to be going the same way. Zhou Tong thus followed these two from the Golden Crow clan. After chatting idly along the way, Zhou Tong also gained a rough understanding of these Golden Crow clan people's backgrounds. This Golden Crow clan's true immortal was named Jin Sheng, a genius of the Golden Crow clan, achieving the Tao 1,520,000 years ago. He was a veteran true immortal of the Golden Crow clan, as well as a pillar of strength for this clan. As for Jin Yang, he was Jin Sheng's nephew. Jin Yang's father's aptitude was ordinary, not comparable to his own younger brothers. Now, he was only a supreme being, not yet an immortal, so he had a child like Jin Yang. Suddenly, Jin Yang asked, "Zhou Tong, now you're here also to participate in Pan King's Feast of Peaches, right?" "Feast of Peaches of Peaches?" Zhou Tong was stunned. Then he understood in his heart that it was already this time. In the past 1,000 years in Immortal Domain, he rarely interacted with the outside world. Most of the time, he was cultivating diligently. Even if he encountered a situation where he needed to fight, he basically found a place similar to a forbidden zone to cultivate his cultivation. Because now, he didn't lack anything. He had the bell refined by the origin energy of all living things. He didn't lack celestial materials. He knew countless scriptures and secret arts. He didn't lack cultivation methods. And in Immortal Domain, he didn't lack time. Therefore, his cultivation was very simple. It was to go to various forbidden zones in Immortal Domain to fight, go to the forbidden zones to gain experience, and walk through one battle after another. "Don't you know about the Pan King's Feast of Peaches?" Jin Sheng was surprised. Logically speaking, he had been in the immortal realm for over 1,000 years, and he was still in the territory of Pan King. It was impossible for him to not know about the Feast of Peaches. "I've been working hard on my cultivation all these years. I rarely come into contact with other cultivators. I also do not know what is happening outside. Thus, I do not know about the Immortality Peach Banquet. Zhou Tong shook his head. How could he not know about the Feast of Peaches? However, the Feast of Peaches was a grand event that belonged to tens of thousands of clans. Only clans that had produced true immortals were qualified to participate and receive invitations. Right now, he was just a small rogue cultivator. Who would invite him? Chapter 1430. Wu. Looking at your path, you should be heading towards your Kuan Peng race's ancestral land, right? Jin Cheng said pensively. Could it be that your respected self knows about our Kuan Peng ancestral lands matters? Zhou Tong urgently wanted to know about the Kuan Peng ancestral lands matters. He didn't have the slightest bit of confidence towards this thing. Your Kuan Peng race indeed originated from a mortal domain, but your race is also extremely mysterious, and there aren't many clansmen. Even at your peak, there were only 10 or so clansmen. During Immortal Ancient's last phase battle, many were lost. Right now, in the entire Immortal domain, you might be the only Kuan Peng left. Jin Cheng shook his head, roughly speaking about some of the things he knew. The Kuan Peng race had a great reputation in Immortal domain, but unfortunately, there weren't many of them. Moreover, all of the Kuan Pengs in Immortal domain only knew that the Kuan Peng had an ancestral land, but they didn't know where this ancestral land was. For the sake of protecting the ancestral land secret, the ancestral Kuan Peng didn't even pass down the ancestral land's coordinates. Only the ancestral fry that came out of the ancestral land could vaguely sense where the Kuan Peng ancestral land was. Moreover, as one of the Vicious 10, the Kuan Peng's strength was tyrannical, so it naturally had many enemies. The Kuan Peng ancestral land, a place related to the Kuan Peng's birth, naturally couldn't be exposed in front of others. Turns out your respected self isn't clear either. Zhou Tong also felt a bit regretful. The Golden Crow race was already the great race with the deepest backing in Immortal domain. One had to understand that among the unmatched Immortal King Giants who founded Immortal Ancient's cultivation system, there was one from the Golden Crow race. Moreover, right now, the Golden Crow race had at least 2 Immortal Kings, so they could be considered Immortal Domain's #1 race. If even this race didn't know about the Kuan Peng ancestral lands matters, then others definitely didn't know either. Don't be too disappointed. The ancestral fry's path of return is also a trial. According to some records left behind by my race's ancestors, back then, the Kuan Peng king already became a half-immortal king on the way back to the ancestral land, and after entering the ancestral land, he even more so became a king. Perhaps you can also do the same. Jin Cheng said. Zhou Tong, thank you for your kind words. Let's hope that is the case. This time, you should also come with us to take a look at the Immortal Peach meeting. You'll be in seclusion, and bitter cultivation will make you miss out on many sights. It's said that the young man who came to the Immortal region with you is also invited to this event. Jin Cheng continued. That young man? Huang. Zhou Tong knew Sure Hao's true name. Sure Hao wouldn't hide his name in front of his friends, but in front of outsiders, he always called himself Huang. That's right, it's Huang. It's only been a few years, yet this young man has already obtained such accomplishments. It's truly terrifying. How many years has it been since such a genius appeared in our Immortal domain? We haven't encountered such a young man in this entire epic. Jin Cheng sighed in admiration. While speaking, Jin Cheng also looked at Zhou Tong with some hesitation. Actually, he couldn't figure out how many years Zhou Tong had cultivated for, because when he entered the Immortal realm, he was already a first-stage Supreme Being cultivator. But no matter what, from his situation, he was definitely a very, very young Supreme Martial Artist. Moreover, no matter how old he was when he became a Supreme Being, his words weren't wrong. After all, he was referring to the fact that such a genius hadn't appeared in the Celestial Realm for countless years. Just a trifling lower realm cultivator, an arrogant fella, actually daring to rashly establish an imperial court. When the time comes, he won't even know how he died. Jin Yang on the side was a bit dissatisfied with his uncle boasting about Sure Hao. He still remembered the battle at Immortal Domain's entrance, how he had a golden crow wing cut off by Sure Hao, brought back to be cooked. After all these years, he always took it to heart. Unbridled, Jin Cheng berated. Huang became a supreme being before 500 years of age, breaking through the limits of endless time. Not long ago, he even killed a ruined immortal as a mortal Tao supreme being. With such accomplishments, how can someone like you speak out of turn? If you want to point fingers at him, you should become a supreme being first. Your arrogant nature should be changed. Just how much has my older brother spoiled you? After the defeat last time, you still don't know that there is always someone better? Jin Cheng's words were extremely fierce, directly scolding Jin Yang until his face became ugly, not daring to speak out of turn. Zhou Tong on the side didn't speak out of turn either. This was a matter between uncle and nephew. However, he was also a bit conflicted inside. The Peaches of Immortality distinguished meeting was an opportunity, an extremely rare opportunity, a good chance to compare his strength against Heavenly Emperor Huang's. As long as he took action, there was a high chance that he could fight against Heavenly Emperor Huang, who hadn't achieved immortality yet. Ever since he stepped on the path of cultivation, his goal had always been the position of the highest immortal emperor. That was why he naturally often compared himself to Heavenly Emperor Huang. Meanwhile, the Peaches of Immortality distinguished meeting this time was indeed an extremely rare opportunity. However, at the same time, he was also a bit hesitant. It was because once he faced Heavenly Emperor Huang, there was a chance that the All-Dao tree would be revealed. At that time, immortal kings might sense the All-Dao tree's origins. As for the nonsense about the All-Dao tree being obtained from elsewhere, would immortal kings listen? Don't treat immortal kings like fools. He had only been in immortal domain for 1,000 years, yet he already obtained an All-Dao tree. Meanwhile, Yuan-Chu Immortal King just happened to lose one during this period of time. When he came here from Immortal Domain's eastern gate, he just happened to pass through Yuan-Chu Immortal King's territory. The time and path all matched perfectly. Together with the All-Dao tree, this type of thing was rare even in Immortal Domain, not some ordinary Dao harmonizing immortal seed. For this type of thing to appear at this time, how could it be a coincidence? Once the All-Dao tree was exposed, he would undoubtedly die. He wasn't like Sure Hao, having the protection of an immortal king great figure. Originally, during the Peaches of Immortality distinguished meeting, Ouching was prepared to directly take action to capture Sure Hao. It was the restricted region lord who found Pan King, having Pan King appear to temporarily protect Sure Hao. Then, he even more so used the realm eradication fragrance to threaten the entire immortal domain. Only then was he able to protect Sure Hao a step further. He didn't have this type of backing. If he showed off at the Peaches of Immortality distinguished meeting, that would be courting death. What he thought of this, Zhou Tong immediately prepared to refuse. However, soon afterwards, he revealed a bit of a strange expression. No, actually, this period of time is a bit special. Even if I face an immortal king, I still have some chances. I can play around at the Peaches of Immortality distinguished meeting. Furthermore, the All-Dao tree is already fused with me. As long as I hide a little and don't directly reveal the All-Dao tree, who would know that I have the All-Dao tree? Zhou Tong's heart stirred as he thought of another key point. That was, even though he merged with the All-Dao tree, he didn't use the All-Dao tree's power to produce a second strand of immortal energy. His second strand of immortal energy was the extension of his first strand of immortal energy, not all that related to the All-Dao tree. As long as he didn't bring out the All-Dao tree's true body, no one would be able to see through it. My type of method that vaguely surpasses the original path of immortal ancient methods. I reckon not even immortal kings have seen it before. Heh. In the future, if I could take a step further, take that unprecedented step, I could be considered to have broadened the cultivation system of immortal ancient methods. I will also be a Daozu who paved the way. Zhou Tong's thoughts already drifted who knew where. Chapter 1431. The immortal realm was vast and boundless. Even though Zhou Tong was in Pan King's territory, he was still very far away from Pan King City. Zhou Tong and the uncle and nephew of the Golden Crow race advanced together. Along the way, they passed by several immortal cities. In the end, they used the teleportation formation and arrived at their destination, Pan King City. This is Pan King City. Looking at this big city, Zhou Tong didn't know what to say. The reason for that was because this city was simply too big. In the past, all the other cities in the immortal realms were like fireflies compared to the bright moon when compared to this Pan King City. One couldn't see the end of it. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around it. It just floated in the boundless universe. It had an invincible might and indestructible aura. This was the city where the immortal king lived. This city emitted an extremely dense immortal chi, causing the entire continent to be enveloped in a dense immortal chi. The entire continent was a pure land. Legend has it that this city was built on a vast and boundless continent in the universe. It was built with the entire continent as its foundation. That's why this city is so boundless and astonishingly huge, Jin Sheng explained from the side. At this time, Jin Yang also said, "Our ancestors' Golden Crow City is much more majestic than Pan King City. Moreover, it's built on an even more vast continent." The Golden Crow race had two immortal kings. One guarded the eastern border of the immortal realm. The other guarded the Golden Crow City. One race had two immortal kings. Therefore, the Golden Crow City of the Golden Crow race was even more majestic. Jin Sheng opened his mouth to stop his nephew from bragging. Soon, the group flew towards the gate of Pan King City. There were powerful soldiers guarding the gate. All the soldiers were cold and emotionless. They all held divine swords and were very powerful. Moreover, there were true immortals guarding the gate. Isn't this brother Jin Sheng? The true immortal guarding this place saw the true immortal of the Golden Crow clan, Jin Sheng, from afar and went to greet him. Pan Mang, it's you guarding here again. Jin Sheng also greeted him. Pan Mang said, "Why are you only here now? There are still 2 days before the Feast of Peaches. Apart from the invited immortal kings, basically all the true immortals are here. You guys are the last to arrive. Something happened on the way, so we were delayed a bit," Jin Sheng said. This time, the youths of the Golden Crow race are these two. Pan Mang looked at Zhou Tong and Jin Yang. However, he quickly felt that something was wrong. His gaze stopped on Zhou Tong. This wasn't the aura of the Golden Crow race. "This is Jin Yang, my nephew." Jin Sheng first introduced his nephew. After that, he looked toward Zhou Tong and said, "This Zhou Tong is most likely the only Kunpeng in our immortal realms." Kunpeng. Pan Mang looked at Zhou Tong in surprise, then nodded. The Vicious 10 were very famous in the various worlds. However, there were still some races in the immortal realm that weren't weaker than the Vicious 10. For example, the Golden Crow race. Not only was their bloodline and potential not much weaker than the Vicious 10, but they also had several immortal kings. They were one of the top races in the immortal realm. Apart from the Golden Crow race, the immortal realm also had the White Tiger race, the Peacock race, and many other races. Their potential wasn't much weaker than the Vicious 10. Jin Sheng smiled. He didn't reveal Zhou Tong's identity. A Kunpeng that evolved from a fry of the ancestral fish was different from a Kunpeng descendant. As long as a fry of the ancestral fish didn't die in the future, the chances of it becoming an immortal king were very high. "Please come in." After chatting with Jin Sheng for a while, Pan Mang quickly invited them into the city. After entering the city, they saw that there were many ancient trees that had already turned into demons. Many of them were squinting at the cultivators entering the city. These ancient trees were also a line of defense for Panwang City. Each of them had a terrifying aura. Panwang City was really too big. It was like a huge continent. The city was also divided into countless regions. Zhou Tong and the others rode a war chariot and arrived at their destination. This was a bustling area. There were many inns and places to buy and sell things. Zhou Tong was already very familiar with these places. He had also been to many cities. He was very clear that every inn was a paradise for immortals. Just staying in one would cost a lot. Next, we will go to the inn that our Golden Crow race set up here. Jin Yang introduced to Zhou Tong. Various large clans and sects would run some shops and inns in the Immortal King City. Because the Immortal King City was the safest place in the immortal realm, it was very bustling. One could often see all kinds of rare treasures. Soon, the group entered the Golden Crow race's inn. As a true immortal, Jin Cheng naturally entered his cave. However, Zhou Tong and Jin Yang didn't enter their cave. Jin Yang led Zhou Tong around Pan Wang City. This wasn't the first time he came here either, so he was rather familiar with this city. Did you guys hear? The 9 Heavens 10 Earthswang fought a great battle in primal chaos in Zarina a few days ago. Right when the two entered an inn, a voice suddenly sounded from not too far away. Damn it, why is it Huang again? Jin Yang's originally good mood immediately became overcast. His face immediately darkened, about to turn around and leave. What are you in such a rush for? Listen to what they have to say, Zhou Tong said with a smile. Didn't he just cut off your wing? Learn from humiliation and become brave. Listen to his matters. Who knows? You might be able to discover something. What if you get revenge in the future? Jin Yang opened his mouth, wishing to speak. However, was this something that could be solved just by speaking? Revenge? How was he supposed to get revenge like this? The other party was already a supreme being, moreover a supreme being from a lower realm. He himself didn't make that much progress in these 1,000 years, so how was he supposed to get revenge? It would be hard for him to catch up in this lifetime. He could only follow Zhou Tong into the inn with a dark face. After entering the inn, there was no need to ask around at all. Everyone was talking about Huang's matters. As soon as he entered Immortal Domain, he provoked the various great families. Then, he even directly fought a great decisive battle in Primal Chaos in Zarina, winning more than 10 times in a row, winning large amounts of resources. The more he heard, the uglier Jin Yang's face became. However, towards the end, he also felt relieved. Turns out he wasn't the only one who was unlucky. So many people were messed with by him. After seeing so many Dao friends who empathize with each other, do you feel relieved? Zhou Tong raised his wine cup. Jin Yang helplessly raised his cup, lightly touching it with Zhou Tong's. Someone who broke the taboo, moreover with such terrifying strength. What else can we do? After drinking the wine in one gulp, Jin Yang immediately looked toward Zhou Tong. Speaking of which, don't you have any competitive spirit? You are also a supreme being. After hearing his deeds, you don't have any thoughts? What? Are you trying to encourage me to fight against him? Zhou Tong said with a smile. However, before waiting for Jin Yang to reply, he said quietly, I also want to know, between the two of us, who is a bit stronger. Chapter 1432. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Feast of Peaches finally began. One long, dazzling light bloomed from the entire Pan King City. Golden lotuses appeared one after another in the universe around Pan King City, filling the entire universe and illuminating the darkness. The heavens were resonating with Pan King City, and the sound of the great Tao resonated with it. Countless chanting sounds could be heard. The Feast of Peaches began, and the powerhouses of various races in the universe came. There were even immortal kings. The terrifying phenomenon shook the universe, and large areas of the universe were trembling. And all those who came to Pan King City in advance to participate in the feast were invited to Pan King Manor. Pan King Manor was located in the center of Pan King City, which was equivalent to the core of the entire universe. It was also the place with the densest immortal chi in this large area. Even though it was a manor, it was just too large. Just the entrance of the manor was refined from a certain immortal mountain. Towering there, strands of long-life matter emerging from it. Zhou Tong stood at the entrance and stared at it. He sighed in his heart, as expected of an immortal king manor. It has the fortune of heaven and earth. If the two mountains at the entrance were thrown into the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the future, it would definitely create 2 forbidden areas that all supreme beings would fight over. An immortal king manor is beyond imagination. Zhou Tong sighed in the end. Then he stepped forward. After passing a mountain gate, there was a simple flight of stairs. There was a hazy aura of chaos on it. Especially when walking on it, one could hear the sound of the great Tao, causing one to comprehend the Tao. The bricks and stones here were all brought back by Pan King from the Immortal King battlefield. They were even stained with Immortal King blood essence, which was why they had such a spiritual effect. Any random brick thrown out could be refined into a supreme Dharma artifact. This place is incredible. Zhou Tong walked up the mountain path. The more he walked, the more shocked he became, because along the way, he saw countless stone tablets and inscriptions. They were all left behind by true immortals and immortal kings. Along the way, he saw a stone tablet that emitted fragments of time. This was something left behind by, without an immortal king when he came here as a guest. During this time, he also saw a domineering inscription. It was the inscription left behind by the true dragon when it came here. There were also other inscriptions and stone tablets. All along the way, even Zhou Tong felt as if he'd experienced a baptism. The baptism of the immortal king Grand Daos caused strands of the Tao to arise in his heart, and he felt light as if he was about to become an immortal. Finally, the group arrived at the peach garden along a cobblestone path. Along the way, regardless of whether it was the stones on the ground or the fruit trees by the side of the road, they all emitted a dense, immortal energy. They were all divine objects. On the side, Jinyang promptly explained, "Rumor has it that the entire Pan Wang Manor is a supreme treasure called the Universal Seal of Mountains and Rivers. It's an immortal king's weapon, so every blade of grass and every tree here is immortal material." Zhou Tong nodded. He was naturally clear about the origins of Pan Wang Manor. It was just that along the way, he was indeed shocked. The extravagance of an immortal king's manor was indeed shocking. Walking into the peach garden, it was extremely lively inside. Those who came and went were either elites or exceptional geniuses. Ordinary cultivators didn't have the qualifications to participate in this gathering at all. Along the way, there were immortal peach trees one after another. There were even pink peach blossoms blooming on the trees. A cool breeze blew, and the petals fell in profusion. The fragrance of the flowers accompanied the rain of light, gorgeous and varied. Moreover, one could see that there were already many immortal peach trees full of fruit. The bright red peaches emitted crimson multicolored light, scattering specks of divine splendor and rippling with a rich fragrance, causing one's appetite to increase. There weren't any seats here. All the guests who came to attend the gathering sat on the ground, cross-legged on the grass. There were only a few jade tables in front of them, and the tables were filled with fine wine and delicacies. Soon, Zhou Tong was led to his seat. His seat was separated from Jin Yang's. After all, Jin Yang hadn't become a supreme being yet. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong's seat was for some of the young supreme beings. However, Zhou Tong didn't participate in the conversation of the other supreme beings. This was because the young supreme beings who came here basically all knew each other a long time ago. They were all people of the same circle. Only Zhou Tong, who had never appeared before, and who didn't even have a reputation, seemed out of place with them. However, Zhou Tong also enjoyed the peace and quiet. He didn't really want to provoke these people in the first place. He himself wasn't a person of this era at all. If he could avoid these extra, unnecessary karma, he would do his best to avoid it. Otherwise, under the backlash of karma, there might be some other problems that might arise. What kind of karma was called unnecessary karma? It was karma that had nothing to do with one's own comprehension of Tao, and had nothing to do with one's Tao heart. He came to participate in the Feast of Peaches only because he wanted to fight with the young Heavenly Emperor Huang. In the process of cultivation, Zhou Tong's original body often compared himself with Heavenly Emperor Huang. He had long regarded Heavenly Emperor Huang as an opponent in his heart. Now that there was such an opportunity, of course, he didn't want to miss it. However, as long as the others didn't provoke him, there was no need to pay attention to them. In the garden of Peaches, the fragrance of falling petals permeated the air, and the mist drifted in the air. There was a kind of dreamlike beauty. In the garden, many young people were very energetic. They were chatting with each other, drinking wine, and discussing Tao. Only Zhou Tong was quietly admiring the flowers and drinking wine alone in the corner. However, soon, a commotion came from not far away. Many people stopped talking and looked over. And just as Zhou Tong turned his head to look, a domineering voice suddenly came from there. I took the all-Dao tree. Qing, Yi is my woman. You don't agree? Let's fight. This voice was quite domineering. It was beyond many people's imagination to directly challenge someone in such an occasion as the Feast of Peaches. The eyes of all clans immediately turned to look at this place. Turns out it was Shi Hao. Only Shi Hao would stir up trouble here. This means that he should be facing ouching immortal kings, descendant Ao gone. In that case, it is time for the battle to officially begin. When he heard Heavenly Emperor Huang's familiar voice, Zhou Tong also revealed a smile. The Feast of Peaches' first event was finally about to begin. Zhou Tong looked towards Heavenly Emperor Huang and Ao Gon's side. He only saw a type of mysterious domain appear around the two of them, turning into a terrifying storm. The falling petals in the sky fluttered about in the wind, the scene incomparably dazzling. However, this seemingly beautiful scene was actually extremely dangerous. The two's domains were spreading, clashing, distorting the void, turning this entire region into a storm. Once any creature entered, they had a chance of being attacked by the two's domains from both sides, turned into scattered ashes and scattered ashes. When they saw this, the expressions of many cultivators who were originally on the side changed greatly, quickly backing up. This was a clash between peak supreme beings. Those whose cultivation levels weren't high enough, once they got close, there would be fatal danger. In that instant, the large area around the two became completely quiet. Chapter 1433. In a mortal peach garden, the situation was tense, a great battle on the verge of erupting. Soon afterwards, Pan King's descendant, Pan family's exceptional pride of Heaven Pan, made the decision, having them fight here. It was precisely because Pan spoke that Pan family's people dared move aside, allowing Shi Hao and Ao family's people to fight. This was Pan King's manner. There were restrictions arranged by immortal kings everywhere. That was why even if supreme beings fought, they couldn't destroy the ground, nor could they injure any of the immortal peach trees. The first to fight were Ao Gon's two subordinates. Even though these two were also supreme beings, they were still seriously injured by a single move from Shi Hao even after joining hands. If it wasn't for this being Immortal Peach distinguished meeting, Shi Hao showing mercy, this strike would have wiped out these two supreme beings. Then, Ao Gon took action, exchanging 3 moves with Shi Hao. However, Ao Gon looked fine on the surface, but in reality he was already injured, just that he didn't show it because of his face. Then, Pan quickly took action, exchanging a few moves with him, forcing out his injuries. After spitting out blood, Ao Gon's expression became ugly. He suddenly stared at Shi Hao, saying, "In a bit, I will truly fight a great battle with you. Who is strong and who is weak, we will know for sure." After saying these vicious words, he turned around and directly left. However, in Immortal Peach Garden, it instead became quiet. Everyone was extremely shocked. Ao Gon was already Ao family's most outstanding inheritor of this generation, unstoppable along the way, never suffering defeat. Right now, he wasn't far from true immortality, yet he was defeated by Shi Hao in 3 moves. Even though it was still a bit too early to say that he was defeated, everyone understood clearly that in these 3 moves, Shi Hao was indeed a bit better. The others who came from a 9 heavens 10 earths were all shocked. When Shi Hao was in the lower realm, he stirred up clouds with a flip of his hand. Yet now, in a mortal domain, he still had this type of domineering aura. It really was formidable. As for immortal domain's other clans, they were even more shocked. They originally thought that the cultivators from the lower realms' ruined worlds weren't anything to worry about, but they never expected this type of heavenly pride to appear, someone who could challenge immortal domains' most powerful supreme beings. Just these 3 moves were enough to shock countless people. Of course, there were many people who didn't believe that Aegon was defeated, feeling that he might have used some type of method. They always carried the arrogance unique to immortal domain when looking at sure how, not believing that someone from the lower realms' ruined world could defy the heavens. These 3 attacks are indeed a bit strong. Zhotong muttered himself for a while. He secretly compared himself with the 3 attacks. Regardless of whether it was Aegon or sure how, the 3 strikes just now definitely brought out their true abilities, condensing hundreds to thousands of moves into a single move. That was why there was this type of 3 moves deciding victory or defeat situation. Otherwise, how could a battle between supremes end so quickly? But in such a battle, I still can't tell much about their actual strength and combat power. Zhotong carefully analyzed the situation and then secretly shook his head. It was useless to continue thinking about it. He might as well continue drinking and admiring the flowers. The peach garden occupied a vast area, and the scenery was beautiful. The emerald green peach leaves were like jasper, the pink peach blossoms were like brocade, and the red and orange fruits were rippling with a fruity fragrance. The entire immortal peach garden was also divided into various zones. There were zones for true immortals and zones for human Dao domain cultivators. Every zone had a different level of treatment. As for the highest place, that was naturally Pan King's cave, as well as where the immortal kings were. That place was hazy with primal chaos, the immortal king's figures completely submerged within. Only where the immortal kings were, on their tables, were the true immortal peach immortal medicines. This was the only mother stock. This type of fruit contained extremely rich immortal Dao essence. This was especially the case when it was rumored that Pan King himself obtained the Dao from this type of immortal peach tree, which was why this type of fruit contained terrifying great Dao fragments. Just a single fruit, as long as an ordinary cultivator ate it, they would immediately ascend to immortality. Since the ancient times, those who could enjoy this type of immortal peach immortal medicine weren't many. Even an immortal peach distinguished meeting, only immortal kings could enjoy this type of fruit. As for the immortal peaches on other people's tables, they were only ordinary immortal peaches. The ones on the true immortals' tables were second-generation immortal peach trees' fruits. As for the immortal peaches on Zhotong's side's human Dao domain cultivators' tables, they were at most third-generation immortal peaches. It was to the extent where only supreme beings could enjoy third-generation immortal peaches. The other cultivators below supreme being could only enjoy fourth and fifth-generation immortal peaches. However, soon afterwards, there were true immortals who came to Zhotong's side's mortal Dao domain region, asking about the previous clamor and chaos. This true immortal was Pan family's most ancient true immortal, as well as Pan family's old ancestor who was second only to Pan King. He was even more so Pan King's son. Someone immediately told him about Aegon, Sure How, and Pan Yi's matters. Right when everyone thought that this true immortal was going to punish the 3 of them. What was unexpected was that this true immortal didn't pursue the previous matters, instead immediately ordering people to set up an arena. At the same time, he said, Immortal Peach distinguished meeting, outstanding individuals gather, heavenly talents gather. Right now, I will give you all a chance. In the mortal Dao domain, dragons and tigers will contend for supremacy. Whoever wins will be rewarded with an immortal peach immortal medicine. Ingesting it will immediately allow them to achieve immortality. When this news was released, everyone was shocked. This true immortal status was extremely high, Pan family's old ancestor. When these words were spoken, it was equivalent to an immortal king making a promise. The mortal Dao domain cultivators were originally arranged to stay in the outskirts of Immortal Peach Garden. But now, after this true immortal spoke, they were all brought into the depths of Immortal Peach Garden, arriving at the region where the true immortals were. This is the region where the true immortals are. Zhou Tong looked at the immortal peaches on the peach trees in the garden. This type of immortal peach, regardless of whether it was the medicinal effects or something else, it was clearly much stronger than the immortal peaches they consumed. However, what follows is the main event, the mortal Dao competition. Zhou Tong quickly stopped paying attention to the immortal peach trees in the garden, his eyes looking forward, a bit eager to give it a try. Right now, the arena had already been prepared. It was a huge arena. It was like a vast plain, and it exuded a dense, immortal chi. This arena was refined by a true immortal, moreover had restrictions placed on it. Even though the refinement was rather rushed, there was still no way the mortal Dao Domains competition could destroy this type of arena. When they saw this arena, many people in the mortal Dao Domain were immediately eager to give a try. The reward this time was a supreme treasure like an immortal peach immortal medicine. As long as they could ingest this medicine, they could immediately ascend to immortality, thus achieve immortality. However, soon afterwards, everyone restrained their emotions because there was already sure how Ao, Gon, Pan E, and several other heavenly talents here. The others definitely didn't have a chance. Soon afterwards, a figure got on the arena, precisely Ao Gon. Huang, do you dare come up and fight me? Ao Gon's hair flew about, chaotic energy surging from his body, terrifying aura covering heaven and earth as it swept over. You think I'm scared of you? After being provoked like this, sure how naturally wouldn't back down, quickly getting on the arena to fight. Chapter 1434. Ao Gon and Shurehao's great battle immediately erupted. However, the great battle came quickly and ended quickly as well. When the battle reached 1,200 moves, Ao Gon was directly blasted until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. In the end, his chest was pierced by Shurehao's fist. It could be said that after this battle, Ao Gon's reputation was completely swept away. Countless people below were dumbfounded. The experts from all sides were completely silent. It was hard for them to accept the result before their eyes. The glorious younger generation of an immortal king family had already been in the Supreme Being realm for more than 1,000 years, overlooking the experts of all clans, never being defeated. Yet today, he was powerfully suppressed by someone, suffering a crushing defeat. This was but one of the most powerful individuals in immortal domain below true immortals, as well as a publicly acknowledged supreme being expert in immortal domain for 1,000 years, someone countless youngsters recognized at the peak of the mortal Dao domain. However, everything changed on this day. He had lost, and it was a crushing defeat. Ao Gon was defeated. Huang wasn't even injured. This difference is a bit too great. Ao Gon's talent is unmatched, having the ancient ancestors' style. How could he lose to a lower realm brat? With this defeat, Ao Gon's glory can also be considered to have been ended, the pride of heaven of a generation coming to an end. Countless people here either didn't dare believe it or sighed with regret. Many people felt that it was a bit of a pity. However, even though Ao Gon was defeated, the true battle still didn't end. This time, Pan King brought out an immortal peach immortal medicine, the value too great. Even the other immortal king descendants' eyes became red, having no choice but to come out and fight over it. I will fight against you. Soon afterwards, another person came up. This was a woman, Hun Yuan Immortal King's descendant, Hun Tian. In immortal domain, Hun Tian was a young expert on par with Ao Gon and Pan E. However, in Shurehao's hands, she still only lasted 1,400 moves, quickly losing as well. After Hun Tian was defeated, the last one to go up was Pan E. He similarly only lasted 1,400 moves. Now, immortal domains publicly acknowledged most powerful young experts were all defeated. The entire immortal peach garden immediately became dead silent. Immortal domains' distinguished meeting ended up being dominated by a lower realm cultivator. It had to be said that for immortal domains' heavenly talents, this was a type of mockery. A place with incomplete great Tao, Yet there was someone who stood at the peak of the mortal Tao domain. This really was an unimaginable anomaly. Who dares to fight against me? Shurhao stood on the arena and looked down on everyone. For a moment, all the young people were intimidated, and no one dared to go up. The immortal realms are truly disappointing. Zhou Tong shook his head. The cultivation environment of the immortal realms was simply too good. It was so good that countless people lacked tempering. Battles of this level couldn't even compare to the most exciting battles on the Emperor's Road in the future. However, it is also time for me to go up. Zhou Tong's figure moved, already ascending the arena, standing in front of Shurhao. Who are you? Shurhao looked at Zhou Tong, his expression a bit serious. His aura was completely different from the previous three descendants of the Celestial King. Although he was similarly extremely confident, he did not have the noble aura that the descendants of the Celestial King possessed. Moreover, there was a wild, ferocious, and terrifying aura on his body. This aura was not a killing intent, but an even more fervent battle intent. Just this type of aura alone made Shurhao certain that the one who ascended this time was definitely an expert who walked out from life and death battles one after another. The confidence on his body came from winning life and death battles one after another. Definitely not the type of confidence those descendants of the Celestial Kings had, the confidence that carried noble aura. Moreover, the most important thing was that there seemed to be a type of familiar feeling coming from the other party's body. Shurhao believed in his own intuition, that he definitely didn't recognize the wrong person. The other party was definitely someone he recognized. Zhou Tong said, "Won't you find out once the battle starts?" Even though he said this, he didn't have any intention of taking action right now. He instead directly sat down and said, "However, I don't want to take advantage of you. You fought 3 rounds in a row, already exhausted quite a bit of divine force. I will wait until you recover before fighting. If I'm going to fight, then I will fight you at your peak." Zhou Tong's attitude immediately made all of Immortal Peach Garden erupt into chaos. Before, Shurhao fought 3 rounds in a row, always suppressing his opponents with such a domineering attitude, making it so that no one here dared to go up. However now, an unknown young supreme being suddenly appeared. Moreover, having Huang recover his divine force, this type of attitude was just too arrogant. Who is he? When facing Huang, who defeated Ao Gon, Hun Tian, and Pan, he actually still has this type of attitude. I've never heard of this type of person before. When did this type of person appear in our immortal domain's younger generation? So arrogant, be careful not to be killed by Huang in a single move. Many youngsters below were shocked, but there were also many who felt disdain. This type of arrogant person might die in less than 3 moves. Even among those true immortals, there were many who expressed curiosity towards Zhou Tong. Your aura is hidden to such an extent that not even we can figure out your clan's origins. The one who came is definitely not a small matter. Just which family's younger generation is this exactly? Even we feel a type of profound and unfathomable feeling? It seems a bit strange. A true immortal looked towards the Golden Crow clan's Jin Sheng, asking, "Old Crow, I remember that this brat came with you. The aura on his body isn't like your Golden Crow bloodline's Fire Dao aura, instead giving off a type of mysterious and unfathomable feeling. Just what kind of background does he have?" Kuan Peng. He might be our immortal domain's only Kuan Peng. Right at this time, a true immortal from Pan family spoke up. He was precisely the true immortal Pan Mang that Zhou Tong had met before at Pan King City's entrance. Turns out it's one of the 10 vicious Kuan Pengs. This type of bloodline does have the qualifications to act arrogantly. Woo! I never expected another Kuan Peng to appear in our immortal domain. I thought that during Immortal Ancient's last phase battle, they all died in battle. Even though the Kuan Peng clan's bloodline is powerful, compared to the descendants of immortal kings, they might not be able to occupy much of an advantage. Moreover, when one cultivates to the peak of mortal Dao bloodline, this type of thing already cannot bring about too much improvement. Many true immortals commented. Their expressions when looking at Zhou Tong became a bit serious. This person before them might have the qualifications to stand on equal footing with them soon. Is there still a Kuan Peng bloodline in immortal domain? Or is this the legendary ancestral Fry's trial? At the highest point of Pan King Manor, ouching immortal king spoke up. It should be ancestral Fry. Who would have thought that they already evolved to this degree, not far from immortal ascension either. Their aptitude is astonishing. Pan King also nodded. However, this battle is a bit interesting. Since you wish for a fair battle, then I'll help you achieve your goal. While speaking, Pan King reached out a hand. Immediately, a sea of immortal energy quickly condensed on the arena, in the end entering Sure Hao's body together. When Immortal King took action, it was naturally extraordinary. The magical force Sure Hao exhausted during the previous 3 great battles was instantly recovered. Chapter 1435. On the arena, immortal energy surged, all of it entering Sure Hao's body. This change made countless people raise their eyebrows. However, soon afterwards, everyone understood that this was an immortal king taking action, helping Sure Hao recover the divine force within his body, wishing to carry out a fair battle. In that instant, Sure Hao already recovered to his peak state. He bowed towards Pan King Manor's platform and said, "Many thanks to Senior." Then, he looked towards Zhou Tong. "Come, as you wish, a fair battle." "Correct, a fair battle." Zhou Tong got up, his eyes carrying heaven-surging battle intent. This was a chance to fight against the young Heavenly Emperor Huang at the same level. He already couldn't hold himself back. Fight! Zhou Tong's battle intent had long reached its peak. In that instant, his entire body's blood surged, making his body's strength also reach the peak. His black hair danced about crazily, the divine radiance in his eyes greater than lightning. He directly slaughtered his way over. In that instant, Zhou Tong already displayed the Kuan Peng race's terrifying aspect. A pitch-black sea appeared behind him, vast and boundless, overflowing endlessly, covering heaven and earth. At the same time, the sea water rumbled, a large pitch-black fish leaping out, shaking the heavens. In that instant, the sea of heaven and earth essence energy in Immortal Peach Garden was like an endless great waterfall, crazily pouring down towards Zhou Tong, merging with his tall and sturdy body. Heaven and earth became boundless. Hong Long. He took a step forward, and the entire arena shook violently along with him. He was less than 3 meters tall, but this step was like a terrifying monster that was millions of kilometers long, and it carried terrifying divine might, as if it wanted to shatter and disintegrate the heavens and the earth. This terrifying aura, together with the support of the endless heaven and earth essence energy in Immortal Peach Garden, made his body erupt with a type of indescribable power. It was as if the sun and moon were going to be crushed by him, the mountains and rivers about to collapse. The terrifying aura released with just a raise of his hand even more so shocked all of the young supreme beings in Immortal Peach Garden. This was his Tao, as well as the Kuan Peng's Tao. It was incomparably powerful, devouring everything under the sky. A single fist carried the endless Tao of the heavens as it smashed toward Sure Hao. This type of aura, this type of power, this is the Kuan Peng, one of the vicious Kuan Pengs. He is one of the 10 ferocious Kuan Peng. How is that possible? Since when did our immortal realm have a Kuan Peng? At that very moment, Zhou Tong's identity was completely exposed, shocking countless people in the Immortality Peach Garden. Even the true immortals who had already received the news were greatly surprised. This was because this kind of Tao was already different from the orthodox Kuan Peng Tao. This kind of terrifying momentum and this kind of terrifying aura showed the most terrifying side of the Kuan Peng lineage. It was even vaguely better than the other Kuan Peng lineages. Is this the talent of ancestor Kuan Peng? Was this the power of Kuan Peng, who had embarked on the cruelest road of trials? It's hard to imagine. Even Jin Sheng was shocked. Just the prelude to the attack had already surpassed Ao Gon, Hun Tian, and Pan Yi who had attacked earlier. He didn't know how the battle would turn out. What a world-swallowing aura. Turns out it was one of the vicious 10 Kuin Peng. Sure, I was also shocked. Not a single one of the vicious 10 could be underestimated. Ever since he reached this point, he had experienced countless great battles. Among the battles at the same level, the most dangerous, to the extent where he almost lost, was the battle against the vicious 10-9 Netherworld's AO. Now, he encountered a vicious 10 Kuin Peng, so he naturally didn't dare look down on it. Shuhao's expression gradually became cold. Then, he directly faced Zhou Tong's terrifying power with large steps. With each step, his condition became better and better, his entire being's aura becoming more and more powerful. Hung Long. He raised his hand, facing Zhou Tong's Kuin Peng fist head-on. His palm and fingers released waves of golden, multicolored light and symbols. This was the unmatched body cultivated from the imperishable scripture. Then, he collided with Zhou Tong, the noise world shaking. This scene was incomparably terrifying. Symbols exploded, terrifying power surging like a sea. This expanse of the heavens immediately split apart, and then it loudly collapsed. This type of scene was too shocking. Even the arena refined by a true immortal couldn't stop the shockwave from the two's collision. One could vaguely see layers of ripples spreading outwards. The restrictions on the arena were affected, becoming like a candle flame in the wind, about to be extinguished. Outside the arena, many cultivators couldn't help but back up. They felt like even an arena refined by a true immortal wasn't safe. They had to stay far away from this place. Not good. Pan family's true immortal's expression changed greatly. He couldn't worry about anything else, immediately rushing up. His hands moved, reinforcing the restrictions on the arena. Wonglong. Finally, a light sound rang out. A completely new layer of restrictions appeared, blocking the shock waves from the two's attacks. However, the battle in the arena did not stop. The two of them continued to fight. Waves of Tao vibrated, and runes exploded. Terrifying ripples swept out and collided with a new restriction, causing the new restriction to shake. It seemed that it would not be able to hold on for much longer. This was merely a battle of the human Tao domain, yet required a true immortal to go all out to maintain it. Even the restrictions this true immortal maintained might be broken. It was truly shocking to the extreme. At the highest point of Pan King Manor, Pan King couldn't watch any longer. He reached out a hand, and immediately the light of the entire immortal peach garden reappeared. Streaks of symbols supported the arena. This time, the continuously shaking restrictions finally completely stabilized. Even an immortal king took action. Only then did the spectating cultivators of the human Tao domain relax and watch the battle. These two, how can they have this kind of battle prowess? Could it be that they can go against the flow and slay immortals? Could it be that they have the strength of a true immortal in the human Tao domain realm? Many cultivators became more and more shocked the more they watched. On the arena, Zhou Tong and Shuhao had long risen into the air, fighting in the void. Shuhao turned into purple electrical radiance, weaving through the battlefield, while the black-patterned golden divine wings on Zhou Tong's back were even more so incomparably fast. The two fought intensely, thunder sounds and lightning radiance flickering about. Rumbling sounds continuously rang out in the void, the speed just too fast. It was fast to the point where it exceeded everyone's limits. Only true immortals could see the details of the two's battle. Even Ao gone, Hun Tian and Pan, who had exchanged more than 1,000 moves with Shuhao were inwardly shaken. Damn bastard, he actually didn't use his full strength against me. Ao Gon's expression became more and more ugly. Worthy of being Huang, this type of terrifying battle prowess is unimaginable, simply an anomaly. Pan Yi's mind was also filled with despair. He knew that the difference between the two was too great. However, at the side of the arena, the group of heavenly talents who originally came from the 9 heavens 10 earths, for example, Qing Yi, exiled immortal, Great Su Ta, Princess Yao Yu, Shi Yi and others were inwardly shaken. A thought appeared in their minds at the same time. Huang has truly encountered his match this time. Chapter 1436. Long. Finally, another world-shaking sound rang through the air. Zhou Tong and Shi Hao's fists and palms collided, firmly clashing against each other in the remains once again. In that instant, streak after streak of terrifying radiance tore apart the arena's void, extending in all directions. The arena, reinforced by immortal kings, was naturally unaffected, but the mortal Dao domain creatures who were close still felt as if their bodies were splitting apart. That blazing radiance almost blinded their eyes. On the arena, giant cracks interweaved, extending all the way to the immortal king's restrictions. It was incomparably terrifying. If not for the immortal king taking action to reinforce the arena, this strike would have been enough to completely hack apart the entire arena. Oh! However, soon afterwards, two muffled groans sounded from within the radiance. Two figures flew out from the incomparably dazzling radiance. Those were Zhou Tong and Shi Hao's figures. Right now, the two of them were both injured. Shi Hao's palms split apart, dripping with blood. Meanwhile, Zhou Tong's arm also split apart, blood gushing out. The two of them backed up step by step in the void at the same time. Streaks of incomparably enormous spatial cracks appeared beneath their feet, extending to the extreme on the arena. Injured, both of them are injured. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air. This was especially the case with Ao Gan, Hun Tian, and Pan, who had already fought with Shi Hao before. No one understood better than them just how powerful Shi Hao's terrifying flesh was. It was to the extent where they even suspected that if a true immortal didn't take action, there was no way they could injure him. However, now, they finally saw Shi Hao being injured while fighting at the same level, worthy of being one of the 10 vicious Kuan Peng. Shi Hao's palm flickered with radiance, his injuries immediately recovering. Kill! Shi Hao suddenly roared out, rushing over murderously again. His entire body erupted with densely packed, terrifying symbols. At the same time, he activated his own 5 great secret realms, from the Sea of Reincarnation to the Tao Palace, and then to the 4 extremes, Dragon Transformation, and finally Immortal Ascension Platform. In that instant, his entire body shone. Terrifying great Tao profound mysteries turned into endless irregular scenes, all of them smashing towards Zhou Tong. Sure enough, he's starting to use the heaven-shrouding magic. Zhou Tong's mind was clear. It could be said that in the present world, apart from Shi Hao, no one understood this system better than him. It was to the extent where many of the mysteries within this system were things that the current Shi Hao might not understand, as well as Zhou Tong. This was because many emperors and ancient emperors had gone crazy in the pursuit of longevity. They had done all sorts of experiments. In this type of situation, he naturally discovered many things that exceeded Shi Hao's expectations. However, I'll let you experience my Tao. Zhou Tong had nothing to be afraid of. He directly waved his fist. The Kuan Peng technique carried the might of 10,000 Daos and directly blasted forward. The terrifying aspect of one Dao suppressing all Daos was vividly displayed at this moment. This was similar to the Great Emperor's path during the Shrouding Heaven era. The Great Emperor's body was compatible with the Heaven's core imprint, which was why the Great Emperor's every action would be supported by 10,000 Daos. Even if it was a cultivator who achieved the Dao through another method, there was no way they could compete against a Great Emperor at the consummate level. Of course, this type of Great Emperor had flaws as well. For example, if he left the world where one Dao suppressed all Daos, then the Heaven's core imprint wouldn't be used by him, and he would also lose the power of the Great Emperor that supported all Daos. At that time, he would be no different from a cultivator who achieved the Dao through another method. However now, Zhou Tong's one Dao suppressing all Daos was even more terrifying. He found a method from the later Great Emperor's path, making up for the immortal ancient method's flaws. At the same time, when he merged with the all-Tao tree as a Tao-harmonizing immortal seed. He also used the immortal ancient method to make up for the later great emperor's flaws. It was because his body merged with the all-Tao tree, so no matter where he was, he would always be one Tao suppressing all Taos, not affected by the world's changes. Honglong. Following Zhou Tong's fist, waves immediately rushed into the heavens. A type of terrifying might immediately spread, filling the entire arena in the blink of an eye. At the same time, from Zhou Tong's fist imprint, one could vaguely see a seed appear. Then, it quickly turned into a large pitch-black fish. In that instant, dark light covered heaven and earth, covering the sky and covering the sun. There were even more divine chains that appeared in the void, several tens of thousands of them. These were natural laws, as well as the shape of immortal Tao order, as well as formed from the 10,000 Taos that appeared at the same time. The tens of thousands of divine chains of order released terrifying immortal light, each divine chain representing a type of natural law. In the end, these tens of thousands of divine chains merged with the large pitch-black fish at the same time, turning into scales. In the end, the large fish leapt out from his fist imprint, turning into a dazzling golden immortal bird, directly rushing at Shi Hao. That was a Kuan fish turning into a Peng bird, an extremely terrifying Tao transformation. This was especially the case with Zhou Tong's strike, the transformation of 10,000 Taos, even more so incomparably terrifying. Shi Hao remained fearless. Endless irregular scenes were refined into his fist. His fist was incomparably brilliant, simply like a blazing sun. With a honglong sound, it suddenly collided with the Peng bird that flew out from Zhou Tong's fist imprint. And could it be that this is alive? After this fist, Shi Hao suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. Why did the Peng bird on the other side look like a living creature, like a completely new life? No, this is the essence of immortal ancient methods, the power of an immortal seed. However, soon after, Shi Hao suddenly realized something. The scene before his eyes was precisely where the essence of immortal ancient methods lay, as well as the embodiment of the Tao harmonizing immortal seed's power. The Kuan Peng the other party struck out used the seed of immortal ancient methods as the core, absorbing the nutrients of 10,000 Taos, the embodiment of the highest Tao. Turns out the Kuan Peng technique can be used like this. In that instant, Shi Hao felt as if his horizons were broadened. Even though before he created the method, he walked the path of immortal ancient methods, his fighting style was always the path of chaotic ancient methods. The angle of understanding all types of divine abilities and precious techniques was also from the perspective of chaotic ancient methods. This time, he finally saw the appearance of the Kuan Peng's precious technique when activated through the purest immortal ancient methods. Come, let's fight to our heart's content. Shi Hao took the initiative to take action. His entire body's irregular scenes rushed into the heavens. Then he suddenly activated his third supreme being technique, turning everything into a divine sword. He hacked down from above, forcibly destroying the Kuan Peng Zhou Tong produced. Then he brandished his fist again, smashing towards Zhou Tong. This strike overflowed with divine force, completely different from before. Its power was more than 10 times greater than before. Haha, company right on time. Zhou Tong's fighting spirit also surged into the heavens. The all-secret of the later world's 9 secrets also erupted at this time, clashing head-on with Shi Hao. Honglong. In that instant, terrifying radiance erupted between the two, engulfing the heavens above and earth below. The collision this time was like the collision of stellar streams, as if stars exploded. Radiance overflowed into the heavens, the aura of destruction intimidating. This collision, even more so, made many of the spectating true immortals' eyes suddenly widen. It was because from this collision, they could already tell that these two's true fighting strength already reached the true immortal level. Moreover, not those who had just entered the true immortal realm. These two's fighting strength really is terrifying. if we have to give them a title, then in the mortal Tao domain, they could be called emperors. A true immortal said, "Correct, this is the mortal Tao domain's emperor-level battle." Another true immortal also agreed. Chapter 1437, Emperor Battle. When these two words were spoken from the mouths of those true immortals, many cultivators who were still in the mortal Tao domain became silent. Indeed, only this type of strength could be called an emperor in a mortal Tao domain. Regardless of whether it was Ao Gon, Hun Tian, or Pan E, compared to the two fighting before them, the difference was too great. Emperor Battle, regardless of whether it is Shi Hao or this unknown Kun Peng in the mortal Tao domain, they can indeed be called emperors. I am inferior to them. Pan E was the first to accept this title, and then he shook his head, feeling a bit helpless. Hun Tian, who stood at his side, also nodded slightly. She also admitted that the strength of the two before her eyes was too terrifying. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ao Gon's expression was ugly to the extreme. He had enmity with Shi Hao to begin with, and now that Shi Hao was given such a great reputation, he was even more furious inside. On the arena, the battle was still continuing. In the previous clash, Zhou Tong was clearly at a disadvantage. His entire body flew out from the radiance, his entire body cracking apart. Even though the 9 secrets, all secret words, was powerful, this was still just a mortal Tao domain method. Even though Zhou Tong carried out some changes to this method during the past 1,000 years, making it more suitable for himself, more suitable for immortal ancient methods, it still couldn't exceed the 10 times amplification. Meanwhile, Heavenly Emperor Huang's third supreme being technique could display great brilliance even in a great battle of half-immortal emperors. The degree of amplification was clearly not something the all-secret words could compare to. That was why when they fought with this type of amplification secret method, Zhou Tong was clearly inferior to Shi Hao. However, Shi Hao on the other side also revealed a bit of surprise. He actually also has a powerful amplification secret method. Even though it cannot match my third supreme being technique, it far exceeds others. This was the first time Shi Hao used the third supreme being technique against an expert at the same level. Yet he wasn't able to decide victory with a single strike. Fight! Zhou Tong stabilized his body again. A war cry sounded, and then he rushed at Shi Hao. Every step he took was like a heavenly emperor patrolling the heavens, suppressing all great Tao laws, terrifying beyond compare. Heaven and earth trembled because of his movements, the heavenly dome even trembling because of his footsteps. His aura devoured the world, domineering and matchless. Kill! Shi Hao also released a murderous roar. Endless lightning swirled about his entire body, producing endless, irregular scenes. He rushed forward, the void trembling with each step he took. Both of them had taken a step forward in their battle. Both of them were doing their best to unleash their secret techniques, to amplify their battle prowess. They wanted to take a step forward and defeat their opponent. This time, the two of them were like the lords of the heavens. No one could stop them. Every strand of black hair could cut through the void. Under such an all-out battle, the ground on the arena sunk and the void collapsed continuously. The scene was extremely horrifying. This was a true battle between a mortal heavenly emperor. Every time the two of them collided, the heavens would collapse and the earth would crack. Ghosts would cry and gods would howl. All kinds of strange phenomena would appear in the world. The sky would be pierced and the earth would collapse. Immortal energy and runes filled the air, surged, attacked, and wreaked havoc. Kuan, heavenly of the heavenly Tao of the heavenly Tao, immortal realm. Now that the battle reached this stage, the immortal Peach distinguished meeting's immortal atmosphere was completely gone, replaced by an expanse of austere, killing intent. Blood and flames interweaved. This was an unimaginably intense battle. Great Tao aura covered heaven and earth, brilliant beyond compare, covering the entire arena. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Tong or Shi Hao, both of them could be said to have encountered the most terrifying battle of their lives. The two of them could only go all out in this battle. There was no path of retreat, only success. Without a doubt, during the entire battle, Zhou Tong always maintained the 9 secrets, all secrets 10 times strength. The all secret was originally a method that matched the 5 great secret realms cultivation system. But during the 1,000 years Zhou Tong spent in Immortal Domain, he had long made some slight adjustments to this method, making it more suitable for immortal ancient methods, more suitable for himself. That was why from the start until now, he could always maintain 10 times strength. He could be said to be powerful to the peak. However, even if it was 10 times strength, when faced with Shi Hao's third supreme being technique, the more than 10 times terrifying amplification, it was still difficult to resist. It could be said that as long as Shi Hao used his third supreme being technique, Zhou Tong would be completely suppressed to the extent where there were several times where his flesh almost collapsed, the scene too horrible to endure. However, Zhou Tong's injuries were this serious, so Shi Hao who fought against him wasn't much better off either. The current Shi Hao's third supreme being technique still wasn't perfect, still having flaws. That was why whenever his third supreme being technique lost effectiveness, it was when he suffered Zhou Tong's retaliation, moreover a counterattack with 10 times amplification. That type of attack was powerful, tearing through everything. Even with Shi Hao's flesh, he still couldn't hold on, being blasted apart several times. This was also the first time Shi Hao experienced the feelings of those opponents who were eliminated by his third supreme being technique. When his own third supreme being technique lost effectiveness, that was when he was in the most danger. This battle was fought until the heavens collapsed and earth split apart, ghosts weeping and deities howling. This battle was also the most bitter battle Zhou Tong and Shi Hao had ever experienced, exchanging hundreds of thousands of moves. The two of them were on the brink of death several times, their bodies and spirits erased. Outside the battlefield, countless people were alarmed, especially those who were familiar with Shi Hao, even more so trembling in fear. Qing Yi, who admired Shi Hao even more so, almost cried. This battle really was too bitter. There was simply no way to find such an intense battle below the true immortal level. This was especially the case for Shi Hao's good friends. Shi Hao seemed to still be at a disadvantage in this battle. It was because they could clearly see that every so often Shi Hao's qi, blood, divine force, aura, and everything else would fall greatly, and then he would be seriously injured by his opponent. Meanwhile, his opponent, even though he wasn't as strong as Shi Hao at his peak, he could still hold on, only at a disadvantage, suppressed, but not as seriously injured as Shi Hao. And, however, right at this time, all of the true immortals who were watching suddenly revealed a hint of shock. It was to the extent where even the immortal kings at the highest places in Pan-King Manor revealed a hint of surprise. They opened their eyes at the same time, looking in Zhou Tong's direction. Fight! Right now, even though Zhou Tong's entire body was dripping with blood, his fighting spirit became greater and greater. Moreover, as the battle continued, there was even more so a wave of grand aura that erupted from his body, releasing incomparably terrifying fluctuations. How long? In that instant, heaven and earth shook intensely. Shi Hao was also blasted far away by the fluctuations released from Zhou Tong's body, revealing an incredibly shocked expression. This type of feeling is extremely similar to that of Great Elder in Imperial Pass Final Moments. Could it be that he is going to achieve immortality? He actually took that step in the battle with me? Shi Hao felt that this was a bit inconceivable. It had always been him breaking through in battle, and then suppressing his opponent, but now it was his turn to experience this type of feeling. However, right now, he instead sensed that this opponent's entire body's aura erupted, strength increasing rapidly. This was especially the case with the terrifying qi and blood fluctuations, even more so filling the arena, making even him feel a wave of terrifying pressure. Shi Hao backed up a set amount of distance again. He knew that if he rushed up right now, he would most likely be seriously injured. One long. After Sure Hao withdrew, Zhou Tong also suddenly woke up. He was actually in the middle of a battle, forgetting himself, accidentally taking that final step. I actually took the final step at this time? Am I going to achieve immortality? Zhou Tong was also a bit stunned, but immediately afterwards, he set his resolution. He opened his mouth and spat out. The essence, energy, and immortal energy in Immortal Peach Garden all poured into his body, quickly recovering his flesh and divine force. At the same time, immortal ascension light was faintly discernible, illuminating the sky dome. Chapter 1438. Immortal Ascension Light. Is he going to achieve immortality? As the faintly discernible Immortal Ascension Light appeared, the others were also shocked. Immortal Ascension. How many people yearned for this, even in their dreams? Even in a mortal domain, not every supreme being could achieve immortality. To be more precise, among all supreme beings, those who could achieve immortality were less than 1 in 10,000. Breaking through in battle, achieving immortality in battle, without a doubt, this is a war immortal. Pan family's true immortal spoke, his voice carrying a hint of envy and admiration. War immortal was actually a type of true immortal. However, this type of war immortal was often the most powerful type among true immortals, every single one of them heaven-defying. However, this type of war immortal was also one of the rarest immortals in a mortal domain. It was because in a mortal domain, most supreme beings didn't have too much pressure on their lifespans. Every single one of them living for tens of millions of years was an issue. With so much time, wouldn't it be better to slowly cultivate? Who was willing to experience life and death, great battles one after another, break through in a situation where they weren't sure if they could survive. Right now, on the arena, Zhou Tong's figure was majestic, his hair flying about, immortal light erupting from his body, aura devouring mountains and rivers. Moreover, as time went on, the immortal light became more and more powerful. Gradually, his body seemed to become transparent, sparkling and translucent, releasing surging, undying light. Later on, his entire body shone, endless immortal light erupting, as if flames were burning, releasing undying power. A wave of powerful fluctuations surged, engulfing the heavens above and earth below. He really took that step. Immortal tribulation will descend next. Many people looked at Zhou Tong with envy. Meanwhile, at this moment, Pan King, who was seated at the highest point, also reached out a finger. Countless symbols condensed in the void, and then it was as if heaven and earth were being opened, forming a great world. The might of an immortal king was heaven-shocking, heaven and earth splitting with a raise of his hand, forcibly opening up a world in Immortal Peach Garden, specifically for Zhou Tong to face tribulation. In that world, a rain of light scattered down, immortal ascension light illuminating heaven and earth, incomparably resplendent. Hong Long Long. Zhou Tong also knew that there was no way he could continue fighting against Sure Hao. He immediately displayed his own method, his own Tao. In that instant, immortal Tao energy around him became hazy, the sky filled with multicolored light. The immortal ascension light even more so covered his body, making the entire world seem more and more mysterious and grand. Boom! However, what followed was endless thunder and lightning accompanied by resplendent celestial light, which instantly drowned the entire world. It was vast and boundless. The lightning was ferocious. This was the light of the immortal Tao, the supreme divine lightning. If a normal supreme being was here, they would have definitely been turned into ashes long ago. It was to the extent where even cultivators who had long passed the lightning tribulation and become immortals couldn't help but be shocked. To a certain extent, the lightning tribulation could represent a cultivator's strength and great Tao. The more terrifying the immortal tribulation was, the higher the cultivation level of the immortal tribulation, and the more terrifying the immortal tribulation was. What a terrifying lightning power. Back then, when I ascended to immortality, if this was the lightning power, I would have failed my tribulation, one of the true immortals said, a look of shock in his eyes. What kind of doubt does this Kohenpong walk? Why would it attract such a lightning tribulation? The other true immortal was also puzzled. This was only the prelude to the lightning tribulation. And yet, it had already surpassed the lightning tribulation that most of the true immortals there had to overcome in the past. Surpassing the lightning of the past, his Tao is truly extraordinary. Ouching, who was sitting cross-legged at the highest point, asked, "Can you see what kind of immortal seed he is using? It looks a bit like the all-Tao tree, but its characteristics are completely different from the all-Tao tree." The all-Tao tree's characteristic was the resonance of all Taos. Although Zhou Tong also showed the characteristics of the resonance of all Taos, as an immortal king, Ouching could clearly see that Zhou Tong's resonance of all Taos was because he had suppressed all Taos, and not because of the all Tao tree's characteristic of merging with all Taos. Such a terrifying lightning tribulation and his combat strength. It should be some kind of supreme, immortal seed. But he didn't show the ability that the corresponding immortal seed should have. Could it be the legendary, using the body as the seed? Another immortal king was also somewhat hesitant. Zhou Tong didn't show any characteristics of an immortal seed. The world is mysterious and endless. Perhaps there are still things that we don't know about. There's no need to investigate further. Pan Wang finally spoke. The other immortal kings didn't say anything. They just quietly watched the heavenly tribulation. Hong Long, the heavenly dome split apart. That lightning really was too terrifying. Immortal light continuously surged, fiercely smashing towards Zhou Tong, blasting his body until it swayed back and forth. Zhou Tong endured the most terrifying disaster. Right now, this heavenly tribulation was much more powerful than when he fought against Sure Hao before. However, there was no way to avoid it, only able to passively resist it. It was because this was heavenly tribulation, a type of trial of heaven and earth, even more so a baptism of life and death that cultivators had to experience in order to achieve immortality. As long as one made it through, from then on, one would be able to fly freely in the sky, leap freely in the sea, achieve immortality, enter a completely new cultivation realm. However, during this process, as long as there was the slightest mistake, there would immediately be danger of death. Hong Long, heaven-shaking chaotic lightning radiance continuously smashed down. Those young supreme beings of various clans and those true immortals all closed their mouths, completely quiet. It was because that type of lightning was too terrifying. Even though there was a world between them, it still made their hearts tremble. Densely packed, immortal Tao lightning covered heaven and earth, submerging the entire world. Kacha! In that instant, that small world established by an immortal king was almost completely destroyed, no longer existing. When Pan King saw this, he took action again, using immortal king power to reinforce this small world, stabilizing the entire world once more. Kill! Zhou Tong weaved through the heavenly tribulation, fighting it out, doing everything he could to resist this immortal ascension tribulation. He didn't need to worry about the corrosion of darkness, nor did he need to worry about anything strange or inauspicious. It was because this was immortal domain, an immortal king's cave. He only needed to do everything he could to resist the heavenly tribulation, strive to cross this tribulation. During the tribulation process, his aura became more and more powerful. Even though he still didn't completely cross the heavenly tribulation, he already experienced an unimaginable transformation, as if he already achieved true immortal Tao. Dang! Zhou Tong opened his mouth and spat out. A bell refined from mysterious yellow origin appeared from his mouth, facing tribulation together, accepting the baptism of immortal Tao lightning together. Countless bolts of lightning crackled as the runes of the tribulation branded themselves onto his bell. Vast amounts of immortal light washed over the bell, causing it to shine with immortal light in all directions. At the end of the tribulation, something happened that stunned all human Tao sovereigns and even true immortals. The immortal slaying guillotine appeared again in his ascension tribulation. Heavens, the immortal slaying guillotine, why would something like that appear? Many true immortals paled at the sight of the guillotine. Just looking at it made them feel as if the blade was hanging over their necks. Chapter 1439. Immortal killing guillotine. Turns out his heavenly tribulation also had this type of thing. Sure, I was a bit shocked. He already saw many people face tribulation, but only his own heavenly tribulation had something like the immortal killing guillotine appear. Could it be that the immortal killing guillotine is something only those who break through some type of taboo, or take a step no one before them could see? Sure Hao said inwardly. The current Sure Hao was already no longer the young him. He was already more than 1,000 years old. During this endless period of time, the secrets and intelligence he knew were already not inferior to those of the older generation experts. Together with the fact that he himself had experienced the immortal killing guillotine, consciously collecting information on this, he now already had some understanding towards this type of thing. Immortal killing guillotine, he definitely took an unprecedented step in cultivation, establishing a brand new world. No wonder he possesses such terrifying strength. Pan King and the other immortal kings who sat at the highest point understood that the immortal killing guillotine's appearance represented a type of aptitude. In immortal domain's history, there have been rumors of the immortal killing guillotine appearing several times. The founders of the legendary immortal ancient methods had all experienced the immortal killing guillotine. It was rumored that one of the Vicious 10, the Lightning Emperor, also experienced this type of thing. This was a type of symbol of aptitude and Tao path exceeding those before, but it was also the most difficult tribulation to cross. From a certain perspective, this thing was also heavenly tribulation, moreover a super calamity contained within heavenly tribulation, one that exceeded one's own cultivation realm. The immortal killing guillotine was drawn out again. As expected, when I established the second strand of immortal energy, it could be considered opening up a brand new world in immortal ancient methods, taking an unprecedented step. Zhou Tong faced the immortal killing guillotine, remaining fearless. When he faced the third strand of immortal energy's heavenly tribulation, he already faced this type of thing. Long, the immortal killing platform descended from the heavenly tribulation, suppressing the entire world, imprisoning this place. This Tao platform wasn't very large, but it had a simple and unadorned appearance. It didn't emit any brilliant immortal light, revealing its simple and unadorned body. It was impossible to tell that it was formed from thunder and lightning. It didn't look too different from a real object. Only that guillotine carried a type of dark red blood radiance, as if it drank the blood of countless heavenly talents, innately possessing a type of terrifying killing intent. Crack! Suddenly, there was a trembling sound as the guillotine moved. It emitted a metallic sound that caused one's mind to tremble, causing all the cultivators to feel a chill run down their spines. Then, with a clanging sound, it slowly opened. The dark red guillotine was raised high, releasing endless killing intent. This sound was simply too horrifying. That sound of metal scraping against each other caused everyone to feel as though they had fallen into an abyss. Their souls felt as though they had been sealed in ice. Even the true immortals were no exception. Boom! When the dark red guillotine was raised high enough, the whole guillotine blossomed with a terrifying light again. The divine light soared to the sky, and the murderous aura was boundless. It was too terrifying. Buzz! Then, endless immortal light wrapped around Zhou Tong like chains, binding him and imprisoning him on the immortal slaying platform. Detain me? Impossible. My Tao is transcendence. The Kuan Peng's extreme speed transcends the void, time, and fate. My Tao is one that suppresses all Taos. Even the immortal slaying guillotine can't do anything to me. Zhou Tong's conviction was firm as he began to struggle violently. The only way to survive the immortal slaying guillotine's attack was to hope that the step he took was strong enough. When Zhou Tong resisted the immortal slaying guillotine's heavenly tribulation for the third strand of immortal qi, he had completely carried out his own Tao. The Kuan Peng's Tao of transcendence transcended space, time, and fate. Bang, 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 bang. As Zhou Tong resisted, the chains formed by immortal light began to break bit by bit. Zhou Tong's physical body was extremely strong. A terrifying aura erupted, and his blood surged like a tide as he resisted the immortal, slaying guillotine's power with all his strength. At the same time, he also opened his mouth and sucked in all the remaining lightning from the lightning tribulation into his stomach. He quickly refined and strengthened his body. Boom! Finally, the entire heavenly tribulation collapsed. Zhou Tong leaped up, and his body emitted endless light. All kinds of mysterious and profound runes lit up at the same time. This leap seemed to have transcended the void, time, and the river of fate. His entire person became an immortal and transcended above the immortal slaying guillotine. I didn't kill you last time, but I want to try again this time. Zhou Tong's eyes were sharp as he stared at the immortal slaying guillotine. Then he summoned his bell with his right hand and smashed it over Dong. An earth-shattering sound rang out, followed by a terrifying sound wave that swept through the entire heavenly tribulation. Everyone only saw that the immortal slaying platform was actually cracked by the bell. But things weren't over yet. Zhou Tong's speed was unparalleled. He had already appeared in front of his bell and slammed his palm on the bell's wall. Clang. Another terrifying bell sound rang out, and the entire immortal slaying platform exploded. It was just 2 simple strikes, yet Zhou Tong already broke apart the immortal slaying platform, simple and direct, powerful and violent. After exceeding the limit, Zhou Tong already possessed this type of terrifying strength. So fierce, even fiercer than when Huang faced the immortal slaying guillotine back then. Those cultivators who came from a 9 heavens 10 earths were all stupefied. Back then, even Sure Hao couldn't avoid a cut when facing the immortal slaying guillotine. However, this person actually jumped out, moreover powerfully destroying the immortal slaying platform. It was too domineering. When facing the immortal slaying guillotine, only one's Tao fruit that exceeds the past is useful. Turns out this is his Tao, transcending. In that instant, Sure Hao already understood what Zhou Tong's most fundamental Tao was. The Kuan Peng was the world's #1 speed, as well as one of the vicious 10 who excelled at transformation. This type of transformation was different from the Phoenix's rebirth transformation, a type of transformation that transcended species, just like how fish turned into birds, Kuan turned into Peng. However, when the Kuan Peng techniques, speed and transformation were derived to the extreme, then it was transcending everything, transcending all, crossing the long river of fate, reaching eternity. At the same time, he recalled the progenitor Freiheed scene at the exotic seafall that had leaped out of the river of destiny, and he said in his heart, he can't be that Kuan Peng called Zhou Tong, right? And this type of transcendence Tao should be him. There is no mistake. What a formidable Tao. However, why do I feel like his Tao seems to be different from other immortal ancient method cultivators, vaguely having some of my body as a seed, profound mysteries within? Sure, Hao was a bit confused. The feeling Zhou Tong gave him was extremely strange. Even though the other party clearly walked the path of immortal ancient methods, that type of feeling of linking up the path was more like the body as a seed. Could it be that he is the same as Great Elder, also trying to walk the body as a seed path? The more he thought about it, the more Sure Hao felt like this Kuan Peng was too mysterious. Chapter 1440. At this moment, The broken immortal slaying stage turned into wisps of terrifying essence and quickly dissipated. However, Zhou Tong and his bell still managed to absorb a small portion of the essence qi. For a moment, both Zhou Tong and his bell bloomed with brilliant immortal light and underwent a rebirth. After the heavenly tribulation, he had transcended the mortal world and was now an immortal. After a long time, he stood up again after completing the transformation. This is the true immortal realm. Zhou Tong quietly felt the changes in himself. After becoming an immortal, he was completely reborn. Compared to before, it was like heaven and earth. Suddenly, he washed away the mortal world. The surface of his body flowed with immortal qi. His body was flawless. His primordial spirit was indestructible. His magic power was endless, and his battle strength had reached a new height. Then, he looked at his bell and felt a little regretful. It's a pity that I couldn't keep the guillotine. I only swallowed a part of the guillotine's foundation, the essence of the immortal slaying stage. However, it doesn't matter. My bell is not a sharp weapon like a sword, spear, sword, or halberd. It's useless even if it merged with the essence of the immortal slaying guillotine. On the contrary, the immortal slaying stage might be more suitable for me. Zhou Tong immediately thought of this. The immortal slaying guillotine was mainly composed of two parts. The most eye-catching part was the main body of the guillotine. It was the thing with the most murderous aura. However, the immortal slaying stage that carried the guillotine was no small matter. Ordinary cultivators would be completely suppressed by this thing and could not move. The reason why the immortal slaying guillotine was so terrifying was not the lethality of the guillotine, but the terrifying suppression effect of the immortal slaying stage. Only by suppressing the target would it be possible to drag him under the guillotine, and only then would it be possible to kill him. Zhou Tong's bell was not a sharp weapon like a sword or a sword. The bell's effect was also suppression. Therefore, the most suitable thing to absorb was naturally the base of the immortal slaying guillotine. Disperse. After the heavenly tribulation, Pan Wang immediately waved a stream of light, causing the temporarily opened world and the void to dissipate. Zhou Tong, who had ascended to immortality, floated down from the sky and landed back on the arena. Not good. He already achieved immortality. Huang is definitely not his opponent. Those who were paying attention to Shihao immediately became a bit shocked when they saw this. Previously, before the other party broke through, he could already fight evenly against Shihao. Now that he broke through and achieved immortality, his fighting strength naturally increased a step further. The current Shihao was definitely not his opponent. Immortal Tao and human Tao were two entirely different domains, the difference too great. How can someone from the lower world sweep through all the geniuses of our immortal realms? The Kuan Peng has achieved immortality. Huang is no longer his opponent. The final reward of the Immortal Peach Distinguished Meeting is still our immortal domain's victory. Many people who didn't like Shihao revealed a hint of joy. Letting this Kuan Peng they hadn't seen before benefit was better than letting the immortal peach medicine end up in Shihao's hands. Especially A.O. gone. His furious face finally revealed a trace of a smile. Wasn't just these people. Right now, Shihao also became nervous. He also understood that after his opponent broke through, he was definitely not his opponent. However, right now, Zhou Tong only gave Shihao a look and then turned around to walk off the arena. You don't want the immortal peach medicine anymore? Shihao subconsciously asked. According to the rules, only the victor can obtain the immortal peach medicine in a struggle of Tao. I am now an immortal Tao cultivator, so even if I win against you, it is meaningless. Zhou Tong stopped, turning around to look at Shihao, replying, Moreover, the reason I am fighting against you isn't for the immortal peach medicine, just that an opponent is hard to come by. In a massive immortal domain, an immortal Tao domain, only you have the qualifications to make me go all out in a battle. After waving his hand, Zhou Tong continued to walk off the arena. In a struggle of Tao, you and Huang are evenly matched. The immortal peach medicine belongs to the two of you." Right at this time, a voice suddenly sounded from the mouth of a true immortal not far out. Even though this voice wasn't loud, it spread through the entire courtyard, making everyone reveal looks of shock. It was because the one who spoke was precisely Pan family's old ancestor, Pan King's son. His words were equivalent to passing on an immortal king's decree. Who would have thought that this time, Pan King would actually bring out two immortal medicines? Many people were envious. Not even true immortals had eaten this type of thing before. This thing could be considered a supreme treasure. At the same time, in the depths of Pan King's cave, an old tree that looked like a horned dragon quietly took root here. This old tree released a simple and ancient aura, its branches and leaves luxuriant, every single leaf carrying wisps of green multicolored light, the cracked tree bark like dragon scales. There were several immortal peaches on the tree. This type of immortal peach was completely different from the scarlet immortal peach Zhou Tong and the others saw in Immortal Peach Garden. It was golden, releasing a rich fragrance. This was a true long-life immortal medicine, a true immortal peach. At this moment, two immortal peaches came off on their own, separately landing on two jade plates. They flew outwards and then landed in the hands of a Pan family, true immortal. This true immortal's eyes burned with desire as he looked at this immortal peach. As Pan family's true immortals, they had a benefit, which was that after achieving immortality, they could obtain an immortal peach as a reward. However, after that, unless they established great contributions, there was no way they could be rewarded with a second immortal peach. That was why he understood clearly what kind of terrifying effects this immortal peach had. Pan King's original body was precisely this tree, which was why the immortal peach immortal medicine could be considered one of Immortal Domain's top 10 long-life immortal medicines, extremely well known. If a cultivator at the Mortal Domain ate a fruit, they could immediately achieve immortality. Meanwhile, if a true immortal ate a fruit, it would be the same as listening to Pan King speak about the Tao. Cultivators who had just entered true immortality, as long as they ate a fruit, they would immediately stabilize their cultivation, perhaps even advance a step further. However, this was an immortal medicine bestowed by Pan King, so no matter how jealous this true immortal was, he still didn't dare fight over it. Soon afterwards, this true immortal walked out while escorting the two immortal medicines. Then, he separately handed the two jade plates to Zhou Tong and Shi Hao. Many thanks to Senior. Zhou Tong bowed respectfully towards the highest point of Pan King Manor. This time, being able to obtain an immortal peach immortal medicine left him quite surprised. He originally only wanted to help him achieve his goal of fighting against Heavenly Emperor Huang, but he never expected there to be this type of benefit. Many thanks to Senior. Shi Hao also quickly bowed respectfully. Then, he quickly sealed this divine medicine in a jade cauldron to prevent the immortal energy from leaking out. The two walked down from the arena, everyone making way for the two of them. Zhou Tong already achieved immortality, so he naturally received everyone's respect. Meanwhile, Shi Hao, because of his terrifying strength, also received everyone's attention, no one daring to look down on him because he was born in the lower realm. After Shi Hao and Zhou Tong left the arena, Shi Hao naturally returned to the Mortal Dao Domain region, while Zhou Tong was invited by Pan King Manor's maids to the region where true immortals resided. After this battle, he could be considered to have officially entered the eyes of Immortal Domain's true immortals. Chapter 1441. Within the Immortal Peach Garden, Zhou Tong arrived at the Circle of True Immortals. This circle was basically made up of the core powers of Immortal King clans, as well as some old ancestors of some sects and clans in the Immortal Realms. After all, even in the Immortal Domain, it was impossible for every single clan or sect to possess an Immortal King. For an ordinary sect, having a true immortal overseeing it was already considered a large sect. However, Zhou Tong only knew Jin Sheng of the Golden Crow clan and the true immortal of the Pan family, whom he had met before. But even so, the other true immortals would still come up from time to time to get acquainted with Zhou Tong. They were very enthusiastic. In their eyes, Zhou Tong, who could break through to become an immortal in battle, was simply too strong. Coupled with his identity as one of the 10 ferocious Kunpeng, these people were naturally willing to get acquainted with such a war immortal. In just a short while, many people already knew that Zhou Tong was looking for the ancestral land of the Kunpeng race. I see. Brother Zhou wants to find the ancestral land of the Kunpeng clan. According to what I know, the Kunpeng ancestral land should be in the northern part of the immortal domain. However, back then, there were Kunpengs who wanted to search for it, but to no avail. A true immortal shook his head. He had also heard of the legends of the Kunpeng ancestral land. It wasn't just the Kunpeng. There were some other races of the Vicious 10 whose ancestral lands were also in immortal domain. For example, the Heavenly Horned Ant. The Heavenly Horned Ant's ancestral land was also in immortal domain. However, after the clan was wiped out, that place sunk, containing endless killing intent. Of course, the Heavenly Horned Ant's ancestral land wasn't as mysterious as the Kunpeng clan's ancestral land. The Rock's ancestral land is indeed mysterious and unfathomable. According to rumor, an immortal king once went to search for it, yet he came back empty-handed. However, that immortal king also said some things. For example, one must possess the bloodline of the Kunpeng. However, the bloodline of the Kunpeng is only a prerequisite. There might be some other secrets. The other true immortal also informed Zhou Tong of some of the things he knew. The Kunpeng ancestral land was a huge secret in the immortal realm. No one knew where it was, and no one knew what was inside the ancestral land. The only one who walked out of the Kunpeng ancestral land was the Kunpeng king from several years ago. However, after the Kunpeng king died in battle, the Kunpeng ancestral land became even more mysterious. Later on, even the Kunpeng went to look for it, but they couldn't find it at all. The Feast of Peaches lasted for several days. During this time, Zhou Tong met many people and learned many legends about the ancestral land of Kunpeng from them. He also learned many details about forbidden areas from them. He also obtained a more detailed map of the immortal realm from the true immortal of the Pan Wang family. After the Feast of Peaches ended, Zhou Tong left Pan Wang City and headed north. However, not long after Zhou Tong left Kai Royal City, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged from another star field. This aura was awe-inspiring, shocking countless cultivators and causing all races to tremble. A huge hand swept across space, covering an unknown number of star regions in an instant. It then grabbed out in a certain direction in the distance. One could see that the stars along the way were reduced to dust the moment the giant hand reached out, turning into cosmic dust. An immortal king's hand covered the sky, all things extinguished, divine might immeasurable. If my suspicions aren't wrong, it should be Ouching who took action against Sure Hao. Zhou Tong looked at the sky covering Great Hand, inwardly sighing. It was just to capture a single person, yet it destroyed who knew how many lives along the way. It was unknown just how many creatures were killed on those countless stars. A single thought from an immortal king was much more terrifying than the darkness chaos of the later 9 heavens 10 earths. Soon afterwards, another arm appeared. It released gentle radiance, stopping Ouching's hand. Moreover, there was life force that spread out, restoring many shattered stars. However, even though the stars were covered, the creatures on them were eternally dead. Pan Wang, Ouching's ice-cold voice spread through immortal domain. However, soon afterwards, another finger moved across the cosmos, silently pointing in the direction Ouching attacked before. The void along the way was destroyed. All stars and star regions turned into nothingness, terrifying beyond compare. This was Taisher, Immortal King. He also took action to deal with Sure Hao. However, soon afterwards, Pan Wang took action again, stopping Taisher, Immortal King's attack. In the end, Ouching, Pan Wang and Taisher, immortal king, all disappeared, the starry skies becoming calm again. However, immediately afterwards, Ouching took action again. He shouted Huang's name from millions and millions of starry skies. Then, this voice turned into a murderous sound, continuously rushing outwards. However, a moment later, the starry sky was suddenly lit up by immortal flames, resplendent radiance illuminating the cosmos. At the same time, there was a voice that resounded through immortal domain, realm eradication. When these two words sounded, all of immortal domain immediately trembled. Regardless of whether the immortal kings were paying attention to this matter or not, they all revealed expressions of shock, all of them reaching out their divine wills towards the void Shurhao was in. In that instant, all of immortal domain was filled with an indescribable pressure. Most of the immortal kings in immortal domain were alarmed. Realm eradication really was no small matter. Realm eradication fragrance. It seems like there will be another battle between immortal kings. Zhou Tong wasn't in a rush to leave. He wanted to see the immortal kings take action. As long as he could comprehend the slightest bit, it would bring tremendous benefits to his future Dao path. As the realm eradication fragrance was ignited, the cosmos was filled with fragrance. However, this incense still couldn't stop Ouching's killing intent. He continued to take action. Not good. Great karma really has been drawn over. Ouching, you better stop. Ouching, stop. There were immediately immortal kings roaring out from all directions. At the same time, there were immortal kings who took action, stopping Ouching's attacks. However, right now it was already too late. All of immortal domain seemed to have become transparent, the scene in outer space visible. Moreover, the scene in outer space was just too shocking. That was a boundless sea, every single wave a ruined world. Time fragments swirled about in the sea, as well as all types of immortal corpses and skeletal remains that bobbed up and down in the sea. Of course, there were still many living creatures in the sea, all of them at the highest level of immortal king level. This was Realm Sea. This realm eradication fragrance ignited immortal domain, lighting up a beacon for countless creatures in Realm Sea, pointing out a path for them. In that instant, there were unmatched experts in Realm Sea who began to attack immortal domain. Meanwhile, there were also experts from immortal domain who directly faced them, forcing back the experts in Realm Sea. A battle between immortal kings began. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shurhao was also swept through by Ouching's Dao laws, his body crushed to pieces. However, fortunately, during the Immortality Peach gathering, the restricted region Lord Aspan King for 3 drops of Immortal King Essence Blood. Now, he used a drop of Essence Blood to take his place. Then, the Immortality Peach Immortal Medicine was refined, immediately allowing Shurhao to return to his peak. At this time, the Realm Eradication fragrance also finally stopped. A battle between immortal kings is terrifying after all. However, even though it was just a few moves, I still saw some things clearly. Now, I have to take the Immortality Peach medicine. I hope it can allow me to be reborn again. Zhou Tong thought back to the great Dao laws of the immortal kings before, engraving them in his mind. Then, he immediately flew into the distance. Chapter 1442. Zhou Tong randomly found a remote star in the cosmos and set up a few restrictions before immediately going into seclusion. He sat down cross-legged and circulated the immortal scripture he'd created. Immortal energy immediately rose in spirals. A strand of immortal energy flew out from the top of his head and split into 3, ultimately turning into 3 Dao flowers. However, one could clearly sense that 2 of the 3 flowers above his head were extraordinary. When the 2 Dao flowers bloomed, every petal was divine and translucent, brilliant and beautiful. Endless rays of immortal light rushed out from the 2 Dao flowers and extended beyond restrictions. In that instant, The entire ancient star was illuminated with blinding light. 10,000 flowers illuminated mountains and rivers. This scene was extremely shocking, leaving one shaken to the core. In just a blink of an eye, countless beasts on the ancient star where he was cultivating in seclusion shuddered. Then, Zhou Tong withdrew the immortal light with a thought and returned to the Tao flower. The two different Tao flowers seemed to have opened up two different worlds. One could vaguely make out figures in those worlds, as if they were filled with endless creatures. It was even more so a perfect paradise. This was the phenomenon of true immortal cultivation from the pure immortal ancient methods. Cultivation of immortal ancient methods required refinement of immortal energy from the true immortal realm onwards. The limit of immortal energy was 3 strands. When one reached the celestial divine realm, they had to refine 3 strands of immortal energy into 3 Tao flowers. The next step, the void Tao realm, was to merge the Tao harmonizing seed with the Tao flowers. After that, one had to sever their own Tao and allow the Tao flowers to bloom. Next was to continuously transform the Tao flowers. Ascension to immortality was the greatest transformation of the Tao flowers. In the human Tao domain, the Tao flowers were only condensed from the immortal energy within the body. Their essence was still immortal energy within the body. Human Tao cultivators had a limited amount of immortal energy within them, so their Tao flowers naturally weren't that powerful. However, things were very different after ascending to immortality. Once a cultivator became an immortal, they would condense immortal energy regardless of whether they breathed or did anything else. At this point, the Tao flower would undergo an extreme transformation, reaching an unimaginable level for human Tao cultivators. It could be said that before, on Pan King Manor's arena, before Zhou Tong achieved immortality, he was still evenly matched against Shi Hao. However, after crossing immortal ascension tribulation, even if Zhou Tong stood there without moving, just by relying on the 2 great Tao flowers in his body, he could resist all of Shi Hao's attacks. According to the celestial realm, I should be at the Earth's celestial stage now. Zhou Tong thought to himself. True immortals were also divided into different levels. In the immortal realm, true immortals were divided into 3 ranks: heaven, earth, and mortal. Human immortals were the weakest type, only able to transform into a flower of the Tao. Some human Tao sovereigns referred to the reverse immortal slaying as the lowest level of human immortals. These immortals either barely made it through the tribulation or ate immortal medicines. They couldn't be of much use. A level higher, after transforming into 2 great Tao flowers, was the Earth celestial stage. These types of immortals were often true immortals who had cultivated for a long time in the immortal Tao domain, or perhaps the most freakish heavenly talents who had a chance of achieving this after crossing tribulation. They were actually the backbone of true immortals. Zhou Tong already had 2 of his 3 great Tao flowers that underwent immortal Tao transformation, so he could also be considered an Earth celestial stage. As for the next level, that was when all 3 great Tao flowers underwent immortal Tao transformation. At that time, he would be a celestial immortal. Celestial immortal also meant that true immortals had reached perfection on the immortal Tao, making preparations for the immortal king realm. I reckon this immortal peach, immortal medicine, won't be able to help me break through. Zhou Tong was moved, immediately producing the immortal medicine Pan King bestowed to him. Immortal peach, immortal medicine. The immortal peach tree was Pan King's original body. So this immortal peach not only contained the great Tao and medicinal effects of a long life immortal medicine like the immortal peach, it also contained a bit of Pan King's own great Tao fragments. Zhou Tong opened his mouth, and then this immortal peach was completely swallowed into his stomach. Immediately, indistinct scripture sounds sounded from within his body. Great Tao fragments appeared from within his body one after another, winding about his entire body. These great Tao fragments were all Pan King's Tao. Pan King achieved the Tao through plants, So his Tao leaned towards the Tao of life, containing endless life force. After receiving the nourishment of this wave of life force, the two great Tao flowers above Zhou Tong's head that had undergone immortal Tao transformation also released brilliant radiance, all types of great Tao symbols appearing. In almost an instant, true dragons, qilins, phoenixes, heavenly horned ants, golden crows, white tigers, and other supreme immortal birds and divine beasts, as well as swan and eye, chunyo, four-eyed bright bird, and even many plants emerged from one of the great Tao flowers. This was one of the three flowers, human flower. The so-called human flower actually represented a cultivator's own knowledge and experience. The more precious techniques one experienced, the more species great Tao they saw, the more powerful their human flower would become. The reason why the so-called long-life immortal medicine could immediately achieve immortality was because the long-life immortal medicine cleansed the immortal ancient method cultivator's human flower, and that was why they could ascend to immortality. Zhou Tong's human flower could be said to be powerful to the extreme. The countless immortal scriptures and precious techniques his true self discovered through the reincarnation mirror were all in his mind. Moreover, when he merged with the Tao, what he used was still something like the all-Tao tree. In terms of human flower strength, cultivators who used a Tao merging immortal seed like the all-Tao tree were definitely the most powerful. Meanwhile, right now, as the great Tao fragments within the immortal peach appeared, the countless creatures began to absorb those great Tao fragments, as if they were cultivating. This was an extremely mysterious feeling. Meanwhile, during this process, Zhou Tong's second great Tao flower also moved rhythmically. What it absorbed was the wave of tremendous life force released by the immortal peach, immortal medicine. This was the earth flower of the three flowers. This flower also represented a cultivator's foundation and backing. The strength of one's physical body, primordial spirit, as well as one's understanding of the great Tao and many other factors could all affect the strength of this flower. Boom! The human flower and earth flower bloomed at the same time, absorbing the life force and great Tao fragments within the immortal peach, immortal medicine, to further strengthen one's foundation. At the same time, the Pan King's great Tao scriptures turned into a series of scripture sounds that reappeared within his body. It was deafening and incomparably divine. In that instant, Zhou Tong's entire body glowed with radiance. He sank into a state of Tao enlightenment. BZC. Following his Tao enlightenment, his third flower also began to vibrate. A mysterious aura vaguely emerged from the flower. This was the aura of the Kuan Peng, as well as the aura of Zhou Tong's most fundamental great Tao. The earth flower represented one's foundation, while the human flower represented one's knowledge on the path of cultivation. Meanwhile, the last heavenly flower represented a cultivator's own Tao. Only when all three flowers were baptized by the immortal Tao could one truly reach the peak of true immortal and begin to advance toward immortal king. The immortal ancient methods were different from the heaven-shrouding arts of the later generations. In the five mystic realms of the future, as long as one achieved Tao through a different method, they could be considered to have perfected their own Tao and perfected their own scripture mysteries. However, if one wanted to perfect their own scripture mysteries, they had to be at the true immortal stage, when the three flowers of heaven, earth, and man had completely bloomed. It was precisely because only immortals could perfect their scriptures that the scriptures of immortal ancient techniques were also called immortal scriptures. Chapter 1443. On the nameless ancient planet, Zhou Tong was cultivating in seclusion. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Heaven and earth rumbled with the sounds of Tao. Immortal light transformed into rays of divine light that merged into Zhou Tong's body. Zhou Tong rapidly absorbed and refined the immortal peach's effects, stabilizing his foundation and deepening his immortal force. The most obvious feature was that his human flower and earth flower had grown significantly larger and more majestic. The transformed immortal chi also transformed into thousands of wisps that fused with his body, causing him to glow with dazzling light. Rumble, rumble. Space trembled, and Zhou Tong's body shook with it. His body and the last Dao flower also underwent wondrous changes. Strands of runes quickly converged on the Kuan Peng within the third Dao flower, forming a mysterious cocoon that resembled a newly hatched Kuan Peng egg. The aura of the great Dao rumbled, making him even more mysterious and unfathomable. This transformation lasted for 3 whole days. In the end, all the phenomena dissipated, and Zhou Tong opened his eyes again. One immortal peach really isn't enough. My cultivation time is too short, and my foundation is still lacking. The third Dao flower won't bloom for the time being. Zhou Tong sighed. The third Dao flower was the heavenly flower, representing the most fundamental path of cultivation. The earth flower was the foundation of the heavenly flower, while the human flower was the nourishment of the heavenly flower. Zhou Tong's Kuan Peng true fate had only cultivated for a little over 1,000 years. Both his foundation and nourishment were insufficient, so the last heavenly flower still hadn't bloomed. But that's right, Zhou Tong mused. It'd be strange if the last flower could bloom in such a short amount of time. If the last flower could bloom, it would be equivalent to the 7th or 8th of the 9 lives of immortal ascension. He wouldn't be far from the 9th life of a quasi-immortal king. It was basically impossible to cultivate to such a level within 1,000 years. Even in the environment of the immortal realms, it was still impossible. I'll take my time to sharpen myself. Right now, I'm only in the eastern regions of the immortal realms. There's still a long way to go before I reach the ancestral grounds of the Kuan Peng. There are many forbidden zones along the way as well. If I continue to sharpen myself at this pace, I should be able to reach the full circle of the true immortal realm before I enter the ancestral grounds of the Kuan Peng. Zhou Tong stood up and dispelled the restrictions before heading north. The immortal realms were vast and boundless. Over the course of several eras, the experts of the immortal realms had refined countless other universes to strengthen the fate of the immortal realms. However, these countless universes also caused the immortal realms to be incomparably vast. There were even many forbidden areas that immortal kings didn't dare to set foot in. However, Zhou Tong was not afraid. He did not use any teleportation formations or anything like that. Instead, he relied on himself to advance. He relied on the guidance of his bloodline to head north. Zhou Tong's journey lasted for 100,000 years. For 100,000 years, he had been following the guidance of his bloodline to pursue the path of the ancestral fry, stepping onto the most cruel path of atavism. During these 100,000 years, he traversed expanse after expanse of stellar regions, walked through continent after continent, traversed the territories of Ouching Immortal King, White Tiger Immortal King, and Peacock Immortal King, traversed expanses of stellar seas, and even went deep into the boundlessly vast, uninhabited area. Along the way, there had been endless dangers and bloody battles. He had fought his way through, fighting his way through. Not only was he hurrying along, but he was also searching for those forbidden areas. He took the initiative to enter those forbidden areas that caused countless people to tremble and fear to sharpen himself and his great Tao. The difficulties and obstacles he encountered along the way were not enough to let outsiders know. Even if it was someone as powerful as Zhou Tong, there were still many times when something unexpected almost happened. In the 100,000 years of travel and experience, he had seen the dark true immortals hidden in the forbidden lands and fought against the monsters contaminated by darkness in the forbidden lands. He had also seen a dark 9 nether python that was infinitely close to the level of an immortal king in a terrifying forbidden land. Zhou Tong had fought with it for 13 days before he finally won a narrow victory. He had also almost provoked an immortal king-level existence in a forbidden land. He hacked his way through thistles and thorns, traveling day and night. This was the most cruel 100,000 years, but also the 100,000 years where his gains were the greatest. During this period of time, he had previously headed to Hunyuan City to listen to Hun Yuan Immortal King's Tao lecture that happened once every 100,000 years. His gains were not bad. During this period of time, he had also searched for Immortal Domain's world tree. This world tree was worthy of being the number one spiritual root of Immortal Ancient Great Era, far above the Immortal Medicine and Complete Tao Comprehension Tea Tree. After sitting under the world tree for 7,000 years, sensing the changes of Immortal Domain's great Tao, his entire being seemed to have experienced a great Tao baptism. During this period of time, he had even participated in several treasure hunts. He even directly obtained a long-life, immortal medicine that was like a divine deer. Along the way, he encountered too many experts, also seeing too many Taos and methods he hadn't seen in the reincarnation mirror before, greatly enriching his knowledge. Immortal Domain still had a portion of Immortal Ancient Great Era's Tao and atmosphere. During these 100,000 years of experience, Zhou Tong obtained a completely new understanding of the incomparably brilliant Immortal Ancient Great Era that had passed. His entire being also seemed to have experienced an indescribable transformation. Along the way, he seemed to have lived a completely new life. He comprehended the Tao through battle, reflected in peace, sharpened himself through danger, settled down through time. 100,000 years of time, 100,000 years of tempering, 100,000 years of bitter cultivation, baptism through blood and flames, settling down through sorrow and joy, advancing through Tao and methods. 100,000 years of walking made his heart as firm as steel, resolutely taking the steps that belonged to him. Of course, during these 100,000 years, Zhou Tong also inquired about many news of the outside world. For example, news and intelligence from Immortal Domain and Realm Seaside. The first news he obtained was that Shi Hao was killed by Ouching, Tai Shi, and Yuan Chu, the three Immortal Kings working together, moreover killed while crossing the Immortal King Great Tribulation. When this news went out, it also made Immortal Domain's half-Immortal Kings shiver inwardly, feeling even more worry for Ouching and the others, fearing that when they faced tribulation in the future, they would also be plotted against by these Immortal Kings. Of course, Zhou Tong also understood that this was also the beginning of Shi Hao's rebirth. Meanwhile, during these 100,000 years, another piece of news also spread through Immortal Domain, which was that darkness descended, first wiping out the 9 heavens 10 earth side. Meanwhile, Immortal Domain also took advantage of the situation, bringing away a group of geniuses. Then, a larger half of the 9 heavens 10 earth source was seized, using it to increase Immortal Domain's great luck. Then, the great battle continued, even extending into Immortal Domain. A checkpoint in Immortal Domain's southeast was already broken through, the Immortal King guarding that place dying in battle. That region was already occupied by the Darkness Camp. Then, several great battles also happened in Immortal Domain. Darkness Immortal Kings and Immortal Domain's Immortal Kings also fell. The entire Immortal Domain was filled with a scorched aura, blood, and flames spreading. Chapter 1444. And on this very day with a soft sound, the third flower of the way above Zhou Tong's head finally took shape. The Kuan Peng nurtured within the flower also soared into the sky at this moment. Then, the countless phenomena and great Taos of different races in the human flower and the earth flower soared into the sky, following closely behind the Kuan Peng. In the end, they turned into mysterious runes and imprinted themselves on the Kuan Peng scales and feathers. At this moment, sweet dew descended from the heavens while divine springs surged from the ground. It even seemed like a vast and icy cold ocean was rippling in space, and the waves struck the sky while boundless phenomena circled around Zhou Tong, causing countless profound auras of the Tao to float up into appearance around him. Shriek! The Kuan Peng soared into the 9 heavens, its cry shaking the galaxy. In the end, the Kuan Peng nurtured by the Tao flower turned its head and rushed back into Zhou Tong's body, becoming one with him. As for the flower of Tao above his head, all of its phenomena faded away as well. Everything returned to its original state, returning to its original state. I'm finally a great, true immortal, and my Kunping scripture is complete as well. Next up are the quasi-immortal king realm and immortal king realm. Zhou Tong reflected on the past 100,000 years, a sense of vicissitudes emerging in his heart. In the future, 100,000 years was enough to span the lives of 2 or 3 great emperors. However, this long period of time had merely allowed him to transform into another flower. After ascending to immortality, time and age were worthless. The complete transformation of the third Tao flower was only a small interlude in his journey. He was neither sad nor happy as he continued north. Another 100,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Tong was still fighting and tempering himself along the way. He'd also improved during this time, and his battle prowess had truly reached the quasi-immortal king realm. By now, he'd arrived at the northernmost continent of the immortal realm. He stood in the northernmost part of the continent and gazed into the distance at a vast, endless ocean. It was vast and boundless, surging with great momentum. Enormous waves soared into the sky, and the sound of crashing waves boomed like thunder. This was also a relatively rare sight in the immortal domain. The celestial realm was formed by the sea of stars and continents. It was really rare to see such a majestic sea that was not smaller than the continents. At least, this was the first time Zhou Tong had seen such a sea on his way here. This was especially so because this sea was very special. The seawater was ice cold, and there was an endless and deep black color to it. It was a pitch-black ocean. Zhou Tong couldn't help but feel refreshed as he gazed at the pitch-black sea and the moist water vapor blew against his face. The Northern Sea. This is the Northern Sea of the immortal region. The water vapor and the cold seawater seemed to have stimulated his nature as a Kunpeng. Almost subconsciously, Zhou Tong transformed into a great rock, directly filling up the sky and soaring into the 9 heavens. The huge body of his soared through the sky. After circling the sky for a while, he suddenly dove down toward the sea. Boom! With a loud sound, huge waves that were hundreds of millions of miles high swept across the sky, drowning a few stars in the sky and sweeping them into the sea. At the same time, the rock that Zhou Tong transformed turned into a huge black fish, bobbing up and down in the sea like a continent. Finally, it disappeared into the cold northern sea. After a long time, the huge waves gradually dissipated. There's a very strange feeling. After transforming back into his original form, Zhou Tong also had a strange feeling in his heart. He knew that after coming here, he was not far away from the final ancestral land of the Kunpeng. However, he had not really entered the ancestral land yet, but he could feel the blood in his body boiling, and the runes that were branded on his scales, feathers, and bones since he was born were also heating up. It was as if there was a mysterious force in this boundless, pitch-black northern sea that was activating his bloodline and activating his power. That was the most original power that belonged to the 10 ferocious Kunpengs. Oh, perhaps this is the last benefit before entering the ancestral land of the Kunpeng. With this thought, Zhou Tong was not in a hurry to enter the ancestral land of the Kunpeng. Instead, he swam proudly in this sea, carefully feeling the changes in his body and carefully comprehending the runes on his body. Whoosh! The cold, merciless black sea water emitted a mysterious force. This force merged into Zhou Tong's body, causing Zhou Tong to feel drowsy. He felt as if he had returned to his mother's womb, being nurtured by this sea. His scripture, his Tao, was also progressing bit by bit in this nurturing process, progressing further. The originally perfect scripture under this state had also taken that supreme step bit by bit. His scripture also started to transform from the original celestial scripture to the celestial king scripture. If the celestial scripture represented perfection, then the celestial king scripture represented transcendence. Celestial kings were high and mighty, looking down on all eternity. It was precisely because they had surpassed perfection and transcended the past that only celestial kings had the possibility of roaming the river of time. Time passed day after day, year after year. Finally, 100 years after Zhou entered the northern sea, Honglong. In the northern sea, a violent trembling sound suddenly rang out. It was incomparably terrifying. An incomparably gigantic Kunpeng appeared, blotting out the sky and blotting out the sun. It erupted with boundless divine light as it rose up from the sea. Its immortal light illuminated all directions. This wave of power, this wave of aura, was too great, shaking up immortal domain. Many celestial kings were alarmed. Everyone saw immortal domain's northernmost region, above the endless northern sea, the sky covering terrifying Kunpeng void figure. Kunpeng, our immortal domain, still has a Kunpeng? Could it be the one who fought against Huang 200,000 years ago during the Immortality Peach distinguished meeting? However, it has only been 200,000 years, yet he actually touched upon the immortal king level? Genius, worthy of being an existence who fought evenly against Huang. It has only been 200,000 years since he became an immortal, yet he already touched upon the immortal king realm. This type of talent isn't much weaker than Huang's back then. 10 vicious Kunpeng now. There is finally someone who can inherit this name. Excellent. Our immortal domain has another immortal king level fighting strength. Immortal domain's countless immortal kings raised their heads towards the northern sea. During this great battle against the darkness, all of the immortal kings hoped that immortal domain's fighting strength would become stronger and stronger. They carried a bit of hope towards Zhou existence. Realm C and the other side were just too powerful, to the extent where even a portion of immortal domain was taken over. In this type of situation, immortal domain's kings already couldn't care less about internal strife. They hoped that immortal domain's strength would be as strong as possible. If there was another immortal king, then there would be another portion of fighting strength. Moreover, the most important thing was that on the surface, Zhou didn't have any conflicts with any immortal king clans. His tempering along the way was basically all in the various great restricted regions and forbidden lands. That was why in this type of pressing situation, immortal domain's kings were all happy to see this type of immortal king who didn't have any karma or grudges rise up. Chapter 1445. At this moment, in the northern sea, Zhou transformed into a Kunpeng, moving through the air. Under the special opportunity of the northern sea, Zhou broke through, completely taking a crucial step. The current him could be considered a true vicious 10, his flesh unrivaled, only his primordial spirit a bit inferior to an immortal king. However, the reason why the vicious 10 were called vicious 10 was because they each had their own trump cards, enough to face true immortal kings before officially becoming immortal kings. Every type of vicious 10 had their own unique abilities, and the Kunpeng's greatest ability was speed. The Kunpeng's extreme speed was unparalleled under the heavens. This race's speed was number 1 under the heavens, exceeding the void, transcending time, jumping out of the long river of fate. This was the most terrifying aspect of the Kunpeng. This was especially the case when this was the Tao of Zhou Kunpeng true fate. He derived the Kunpeng Tao to the extreme, moreover made up for the flaws of the immortal ancient cultivation system. In the end, after suppressing and controlling the other 10,000 Daos, his combat strength was even more terrifying than the other vicious 10 Kunpengs. This is the so-called vicious 10 realm. The flesh has taken this step, but the primordial spirit is still lacking that final bit. Meanwhile, that final bit needs to be made up for with heavenly tribulation, immortal king great tribulation. Zhou spread his wings into the sky, his entire body's terrifying aura surging. In that instant, His entire body was suffused with endless immortal light, his body shining with endless symbols. The 10,000 Daos of heaven and earth supported him, the endless essence energy of the northern sea for his use. Vaguely, one could even see that in the pitch-black seawater of the northern sea, wisps of mysterious black mist carrying the aura of the Kuan Peng entered Zhou Tong's body bit by bit, causing his aura to swell further. His body was shining, 10,000 Daos like water, interweaving all over his body, flowing under the guidance of his most fundamental Kuan Peng Dao. At this moment, Zhou Tong roared towards the sky, wishing to achieve the ultimate leap. He wanted to take this opportunity to transform into an immortal king. This was an excellent opportunity. With the help of the special seawater of the northern sea, and his body had already transformed into an immortal king's body, right now. Only his primordial spirit was a bit lacking. The great Tao in Zhou Tong's body rumbled, heavenly sound surging out, resounding through the celestial domain. At this moment, the expressions of the immortal kings who were already paying attention to Zhou Tong changed slightly. The level of the Vicious 10 is not enough. He still wants to break through. He wants to cross the final hurdle and become an immortal king. Some immortal kings looked at Zhou Tong in shock. A Vicious 10 breaking through to the immortal king realm was not a small matter. For creatures like the 10 ferocious Kuanpeng, they could already fight against immortal kings before they passed the immortal king tribulation. If they passed the immortal king tribulation, they would most likely be able to leap up and reach the level of some veteran immortal kings, or even peak immortal kings. Screech! The Kuan Peng cried out crazily, its voice shaking a large half of the immortal domain. The great Tao heavenly sound in his body became more and more majestic, deafening. Although countless living beings could not understand what Tian-Yin was saying, that terrifying aura, that domineering aura that could suppress all Daos, was deeply imprinted in their hearts. This is his Tao. How domineering. He's even more domineering than the Rock King I saw back then. The Rock lineage has indeed produced an extraordinary fellow in this generation. Some immortal kings were shocked. Such a path of supremacy that suppressed all Daos was rare, even among immortal kings. Too domineering. Boom! Right at this moment, in the depths of the immortal realm, endless immortal light surged like a tide. The universe and the galaxy were trembling. Countless living beings raised their heads to look at the sky in shock. The immortal king tribulation had finally been triggered. Boom! At this moment, endless great Tao runes crushed over from all directions. Even the runes of the outside world and the runes of the realm sea that carried an ancient aura of time all attacked Zhou Tong. The immortal king realm was unimaginable. Regardless of whether it was the past or the present, as long as it was the rules and orders that had appeared in history, they would all descend together to suppress and judge him. It was very difficult to endure. In history, there were many quasi-immortal kings who died because of the immortal king tribulation. It could even be said that most of the quasi-immortal kings were unable to endure the tribulation, so they died, their bodies and souls destroyed. Boom! Zhou Tong's body shone. A terrifying power that suppressed all Daos erupted. The endless great Tao runes and rules and orders seemed to have no effect on him at all. Using the Tao of the Kuan Peng to suppress all Daos, in addition to the immortal king body that he had long refined, especially in the process of refining his body, he also cultivated the indestructible scripture. His body could be said to be indestructible, and the power that it naturally emitted completely suppressed the immortal king tribulation. It even went a step further. The power of the immortal king tribulation became the nourishment for his body refinement. At this moment, primal chaos surged, like the most terrifying furnace. Under the guidance of his most basic Kuan Peng Great Tao, it tempered his body. The immortal king tribulation that was originally a test and trial for him completely became his nourishment. His body had already reached the immortal king realm. Now, after experiencing the power of the immortal king tribulation, his body was even stronger than other immortal kings. The myriad daos of the heavens were the fire, forging the strongest body together. It's really not simple. To be precise, it should be too strong. This kind of body is worthy of being one of the 10 beasts. Ordinary immortal kings can't reach this level at all. In the immortal realm, an immortal king exclaimed. They were shocked to discover that Jotong's body was too strong. The terrifying impact of the immortal king tribulation actually left him unscathed. Even the endless great Tao rules and orders from the myriad worlds of the heavens, the past and the present, became his Tao fire, nurturing and tempering his body. If he continued to temper his body like this, his body could almost be ranked first among immortal kings, surpassing countless immortal kings. Such a body also made countless immortal kings envious. After all, most immortal kings' bodies might not be as strong as his. His body has long reached the standard, and it has even surpassed ordinary immortal kings. Therefore, the test of the immortal king tribulation on his body is only nourishment for his body. However, the most important thing in the immortal king tribulation is the primordial spirit. Over the countless years, those geniuses who died under the immortal king tribulation all died under the primordial spirit tribulation. Another immortal king also spoke. To become an immortal king, the most important thing was not the physical body, but the primordial spirit. If one wanted to truly let one's Tao soar into the sky and transform into an immortal king Tao fruit that surpassed everything, then the most important thing was that the primordial spirit could withstand the baptism of the immortal king tribulation. The true foundation of an immortal king was the primordial spirit. As long as the primordial spirit could withstand it, then even if the physical body was shattered, it could be rebuilt. Since ancient times, there had been countless immortal kings whose physical bodies could not withstand the tribulation and were in tatters. However, the primordial spirit survived the tribulation and transformed into an immortal king, Tao fruit. After successfully transcending the tribulation, everything returned to normal. Chapter 1446. Boom! The great Tao in a world was boundless. Countless rules and orders appeared one after another. The past, the present, the immortal realm, the realm sea, all kinds of great Tao order transformed into the light of the great Tao and covered Jotong's head. Rumble! In almost an instant, dozens of great Tao attacks pierced through his body and accurately struck his primordial spirit. This terrifying power caused Jotong's body to involuntarily tremble. This was the most important and terrifying primordial spirit tribulation of the immortal king tribulation. It couldn't be dodged or blocked. Even if Jotong's body was unparalleled, it was useless. Only by relying on his powerful primordial spirit and powerful Tao could he survive this tribulation. Very strong. After suffering dozens of great Tao light attacks, he didn't suffer any injuries at all. To have such a terrifying great Tao and primordial spirit at such a young age, he is indeed very strong. The possibility of him transcending the immortal king tribulation is very high, very high. An immortal king evaluated. It's no small matter. To be able to reach such a realm at such a young age, it's hard to imagine. Another immortal king also praised. Boom! However, in the next moment, the immortal realm shook. This wasn't caused by the power of the immortal king tribulation, but from another area of the immortal realm, the area occupied by the darkness immortal king. A pitch-black hand appeared in the void, emitting a terrifying dark light, directly grabbing towards Jotong. In just an instant, countless stars in the starry sky of the immortal realm were destroyed. Destruction, death, and many other auras instantly filled a large area of the immortal realm. The darkness immortal king carried a huge amount of dark matter and scattered it across the immortal realm. The 10 beasts were no small matter. Their combat strength was heaven-defying. The darkness immortal king didn't allow another Kuan Peng king, who had truly entered the Immortal King realm to appear in the Immortal realm. He wanted to kill Zhou Tong in advance. Humph. The Immortal realm is a sacred place. How can you be so impudent? Suddenly, a voice sounded. This was a voice that Zhou Tong was very familiar with. The person who spoke was Pan King. At the same time, a huge hand faced the huge dark hand. At the same time, endless vitality and immortal light scattered out, purifying the dark matter. The Immortal Kings fought. In an instant, the Immortal realm shook and countless ripples spread out in all directions. At the same time, in the Celestial realm, the cities that were suppressing various places also lit up one after another, forming a gigantic formation diagram that suppressed the Celestial realm. This was also the importance of the various cities in the Immortal region. The Celestial realm was originally a terrifying great world formed by the fusion of countless universes. This kind of great world was only connected by the world tree, so it wasn't very close. Therefore, the kings of the Celestial realm set up various huge cities to suppress various places. At the same time, these cities could also be connected, forming a terrifying Immortal King formation to suppress the Celestial realm. If it wasn't for this kind of formation, the Immortal Domain would have suffered great damage the moment Pan Wang and the Dark Immortal King fought. The Immortal Domain has flourished for countless epochs. It's time for it to be destroyed. At the same time, another voice rang out from the darkness. The killing intent in the void was unparalleled. A blood-colored spear instantly streaked across the sky, piercing towards Zhou Tong once again. Along the way, countless huge celestial bodies crumbled. Boom! However, a beam of light also lit up in the immortal realms. A terrifying flame soared up into the sky as a gigantic furnace rushed out, knocking away the blood-colored spear. Hun Yuan Immortal King also made his move. Whether it was Pan Wang or Hun Yuan Immortal King, they were both immortal kings who had some karma with Zhou Tong. Back then, when Zhou Tong became an immortal at the Immortal Peach Banquet and traveled through the Celestial Realm, he had also gone to Hun Yuan Immortal King's Dao Hall to listen to the Dao. Screech. In the northern regions of the Immortal Realms, in the airspace above the Northern Sea, Zhou Tong cried out once more. Terrifying rays of light from the Great Tao pierced into Zhou Tong's head one after another, completely covering every corner of his primordial spirit. The runes of the Great Tao interweaved as the flames on his primordial spirit soared up into the sky. Comprehend, suppress, refine. Facing the Immortal King tribulation, Zhou Tong wasn't willing to endure it so easily. He was comprehending the countless Great Tao runes in the tribulation. He was trying his best to use his Kuan Peng technique to suppress those rules. He was also using his own Tao path to evolve and fuse with those orders. In the outside world, the immortal kings of the Celestial Realm and the darkness were fighting again. The Darkness Immortal King didn't want another Immortal King to rise in the Celestial Realm, and the Celestial Realm didn't allow the Darkness Immortal King to act wantonly. The chaotic battle had already affected 7 Immortal Kings. 3 from the Celestial Realm and 4 from the Darkness side attacked at the same time. Countless living beings in the Celestial Realm were terrified. The 7 Immortal Kings were fighting. This kind of fluctuation and pressure was unimaginable. Ancestor Kuan Peng is on good terms with our Golden Crow lineage. Please help him. In the encampment of the Golden Crow lineage, the Golden Crow lineage's true immortal Jin Cheng, who was familiar with Zhou Tong, spoke to a figure that was like a sun. That figure, who was sitting cross-legged at the highest point and whose entire body was emitting golden light, opened his eyes. Then, he pointed out a finger, and a golden sun instantly erupted. It was as if a golden sun rushed into the battlefield and descended towards a darkness immortal king. The Golden Crow clan has indeed made a move. I remember that during the Feast of Peaches, this Kuan Peng followed the Golden Crow clan in, someone said. However, when the Golden Crow Immortal King made a move, it once again intensified the turmoil on the battlefield. For a moment, the celestial realm seemed to be in chaos, as if the mountains and rivers were in turmoil. This was precisely a chaotic world. However, for Zhou, breaking through in this type of chaotic world was far easier than breaking through at other times. It was because if he tried to break through at other times, he might end up like Sure Hao or Heavenly Wood Ruin's half-immortal king Tuomu, suffering the attacks of his own people. If he tried to break through at this type of time, unless there was an immortal king protecting him, there was no way he could cross his beloved tribulation. However, if he tried to break through while Celestial Realm was in a precarious situation, then the ones who would take action would most likely be the Darkness Immortal Kings. Moreover, under this type of situation, there were some immortal kings on Celestial Realm's side who couldn't help but take action to protect him. Even though the Darkness side was powerful, this was Celestial Realm after all. There were still many immortal kings who could stop them. Right now, even though the outside world was in chaos, Zhou was still unmoved, still doing everything he could to deal with the immortal king tribulation. He was still doing everything he could to absorb the natural luck contained within the immortal king tribulation, making his Tao transcend bit by bit, entering the immortal king realm. Hong Long Long. The light beams of the Great Path continued to bombard Zhou. In the beginning, Zhou body would still tremble with the light of the Great Path. However, after he had been bombarded by thousands of light beams of the Great Path, he gradually adapted. He even returned to his human form from the body of the Kunpeng. He sat cross-legged in the void and accepted the judgment of the light of the Great Path. Time passed bit by bit. Zhou primordial spirit shone, becoming brighter and brighter. Finally, following the disappearance of the final streak of light, he successfully crossed the immortal king tribulation, officially becoming an immortal king. Chapter 1447. He succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Many people in the celestial realm were paying attention to Zhou. When they saw that the heavenly tribulation had stopped and Zhou was sitting quietly in the void, they immediately understood that another celestial king had appeared in the celestial realm. After 2 epochs, the Kunpeng lineage had once again produced a Kunpeng king. And at this moment, Zhou, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of pitch-black pupils instantly lit up. It was like countless pitch-black suns illuminating the mountains and rivers, causing countless people to close their eyes, not daring to look directly at them. Then he quietly stood up, slowly opened his mouth, and inhaled forcefully, boom! In an instant, heaven and earth erupted. Endless celestial chi surged and gathered crazily toward Zhou. After transforming into human form, Zhou body was not as huge as his original body, which could cover the sky and the sun. But at this moment, he was like a black hole, swallowing the essence of the celestial realm. In the sky above the North Sea, and even in the nearby continents and starry skies, endless sun essence, moon essence, and star radiance, along with the densest essence of the celestial realm, all gathered into his mouth. After becoming a celestial king, he needed a huge amount of essence to quickly replenish himself. The celestial king tribulation was only a test, and there were no rewards after passing it like other heavenly tribulations. Therefore, Zhou could only devour the essence of the surroundings to replenish himself. At this moment, the entire celestial realm seemed to have frozen, as if time had stopped. Only Zhou stood alone above the North Sea, turning into an eternal scene. The North Sea and the nearby starry skies and great regions all dimmed. The essence of heaven and earth, sun essence, moon essence, and star radiance all surged toward Zhou. The space around him distorted, and the power that was like an ocean all entered his mouth, refined by him, turning into the most terrifying celestial power. Everyone in the celestial realm was terrified. This scene was really too terrifying. He swallowed the light of the sun, moon, and stars, swallowed the essence of the celestial realm, and even formed a terrifying distortion of space, like a black hole. Endless vital energy surged. At this moment, it was as if he was going to completely suck the celestial realm dry. A small half of the celestial realm dimmed. Countless people could clearly see that the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and spirit veins all had beams of light falling down. In the end, they turned into a divine waterfall that filled the sky and poured into Zhou Tong's body. This scene shocked everyone. The terror of the Kuan Peng was fully displayed at this moment. Many immortal kings were shocked. The aura and efficiency of the Kuan Peng's breathing were something that even many peak-stage immortal kings couldn't achieve. This was the innate talent of the Kuan Peng lineage. Among the various races in the universe, the Kuan Peng lineage definitely had the qualifications to compete for the first place among those of the same level in terms of dermic powers and immortal force. Boom! On the other side, the Darkness Immortal King continued to clash with the native immortal kings of the Celestial Realm. The entire Celestial Realm was shaking. All sorts of laws flashed, and ripples of the great Tao spread throughout the entire Celestial Realm. The void and time seemed to be in chaos. Kill! We can't let that Kuan Peng recover. At this moment, a voice rang out from the darkness. At the same time, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared. They were sinister and terrifying as they stared fixedly at Zhou Tong. Boom! However, very soon, a huge claw directly reached out toward Zhou Tong's side, covering the sky. This time, the immortal kings of the Celestial Realm didn't make a move because Zhou Tong had already transcended the immortal king tribulation. This kind of matter should be settled by him. You're courting death. Zhou Tong stopped breathing and looked at the darkness immortal king. A pair of huge Kuan Peng wings suddenly appeared behind him. They were like clouds that hung down from the sky. At the same time, there were endless divine light and runes. Clearly, this aura was too strong. It almost covered the battle between the immortal kings, causing the immortal kings to slow down their movements and divert some of their attention to watch Zhou Tong's attack. Boom! The pair of huge wings suddenly flapped forward and directly shattered the huge claw. Immortal King blood instantly poured down. At the same time, a huge figure in the darkness opened its mouth and roared. The terrifying roar spread throughout the celestial realm. Everyone saw that the huge claw of that person was covered in cracks. The blood of the darkness immortal king exploded. After his attack failed, the darkness immortal king quickly retreated. He already knew from that attack that he was definitely not a match for Zhou Tong alone. You attacked me and still want to run? Zhou Tong roared, the sound waves shaking the surroundings. At the same time, the wings on his back flapped. His entire body turned into a ray of light and charged over. His speed was too fast, as if his entire body didn't belong to this world. He ignored the restrictions of time and space. Almost at the instant the voice appeared, he had already crossed more than half of the celestial realm. This speed was too dreamy. It was as if time was flowing in reverse. This speed, how could this be? How could it be so fast? Many immortal kings couldn't understand. This speed was too fast. It wasn't that many of the old antiques had never seen the Rock King from 2 years ago. However, even the Rock King at his peak wasn't so fast when he attacked with all his might. This time, he had simply reversed time and space. It was as if he had jumped out of the world and out of fate, unrestrained by any restrictions. Boom! At this moment, Zhou Tong turned into a ray of light. A ray of light reversed time and destroyed eternity. He directly collided with the Darkness Immortal King. With a poo sound, the Darkness Immortal King directly exploded. He was shattered into pieces by Zhou Tong's attack, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Zhou Tong's speed was unparalleled, and his physical body was unparalleled. Just a simple impact and collision affected the stability of time and space. It was enough to cause some weaker immortal kings to explode. This was the case for this Darkness Immortal King. He wasn't a powerful immortal king to begin with, so he didn't make a move before. Only when the few immortal kings who stood up for Zhou were stopped did he dare to take the opportunity to sneak attack Zhou. A large area of darkness was illuminated. The blood of the immortal king was too bright and colorful. There was also a chaotic light that swept through a large area of the star field. Countless stars were ignited by this blood and exploded. The darkness immortal king's body had already been shattered into 8 pieces by Zhou. He opened his mouth and roared, doing his best to recover his body. However, it was useless. Zhou great Tao runes spread on his wounds, preventing him from recovering. The darkness immortal king was ruthless. He ignited the essence blood in his body as if he was transforming into the Tao, freeing his body from Zhou great Tao runes. This was a very terrifying method. He didn't hesitate to destroy his own body to get rid of Zhou great Tao runes. It's useless. Zhou opened his mouth and spat out. His bell of heaven and earth instantly rushed out from his mouth. The mouth of the bell shone and directly swallowed the broken body. Dang! Zhou took a step forward and arrived in front of his bell. With a casual slap, the sound of the bell resounded through the ages and directly suppressed the immortal king. Chapter 1448. Boom! At this moment, the entire immortal realm was in an uproar. A Kuan Peng who had just passed the immortal king tribulation actually defeated a dark immortal king in an instant and suppressed him within a large bell. So fierce, he actually won. He just became an immortal king, but he actually suppressed a dark immortal king with a flip of his hand? Even if this immortal king is weak, it shouldn't be like this. Is this really an immortal king who just passed the tribulation? Why does he feel like a giant? Countless immortal kings in the immortal realm watched this scene in shock. This Kuan Peng was too fierce. His combat strength was terrifying. Zhou raised his hand and held onto his bell. He looked at the immortal king inside the bell. He raised his hand and sent out countless runes. In the end, they turned into countless divine chains of order and sealed the immortal king inside. Immortal kings were difficult to kill. They had to rely on endless time to slowly grind them to death. Those who could destroy immortal kings in body and soul with a raise of their hand were most likely giants. The dividing line between immortal kings was very clear. Being able to kill an immortal king in battle was the dividing line between giants and ordinary immortal kings. Zhou was not an immortal king giant, so if he wanted to kill an immortal king, the only way was to rely on endless time to slowly grind them down. It was also because immortal kings were so difficult to kill that in the Battle of Immortal Ancient, after many immortal kings were suppressed, they were not directly killed. Instead, they were sealed in the Void God Realm. When the other Dark Immortal Kings saw their companions being treated like this, they were all furious. Especially the Dark Immortal King who was fighting with Hunyuan Immortal King. He even threatened, "Junior, in this world, the heavens are going to be destroyed and turned into darkness. Why aren't you letting go? Impudent. Those who take action today don't even think about returning alive. I'll start with you." Zhou was incomparably domineering. He directly interrupted the Dark Immortal King's words and smashed his bell over. A large bell, accompanied by the aura of time, reversed the void and instantly flew in front of the Dark Immortal King. The incomparable divine might, coupled with Hunyuan Immortal King's attack, made it impossible for the Dark Immortal King to dodge. With a dang sound, blood splashed out. Zhou bell rippled with terrifying ripples, while the Dark Immortal King was directly sent flying, his mouth full of blood. On the other side, the Hunyuan Immortal King also knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He immediately used his full strength, and the primordial furnace heavily smashed onto the Dark Immortal King's body, once again sending him flying, crashing into Zhou bell. Clang! Zhou had already arrived at the side of his own bell. He casually struck the bell with his palm. Boundless bell waves swept out, directly causing the Dark Immortal King's body to explode. Buzz! After that, The primordial furnace opened as a terrifying suction force instantly sucked the darkness immortal king in. After that, the lid of the furnace closed, suppressing the darkness immortal king within. Hun Yuan, immortal king, immediately sat down cross-legged and activated the Tao fire and the divine chains of the great Tao with all his might. He further suppressed the dark immortal king and slowly refined him. Today, the darkness will be expelled from the immortal realm. At this moment, a grand voice suddenly sounded in the sky above the immortal realm. Following that, a terrifying aura soared into the sky as boundless chi and blood traversed the galaxy. Following this boundless chi and blood fluctuation, all the living beings knelt down in that direction. This was a terrifying phenomenon. Another immortal king in the immortal realm stood up and made a move. Boom! Soon, in another part of the starry sky in the distance, an illusory figure appeared, blooming with boundless light. It was just an illusory figure, but it seemed to be standing in the center of the heavens, looking down on the ancient times. Zhou Tong recognized this illusory figure. It was Ouching. This time, Ouching's true body had made a move. He was also going to fight the Dark Immortal King. Following that, on the other side, a terrifying aura also surged out. A divine light that could split heaven and earth tore apart the universe. A supreme existence had also made a move. Yuan Shu, Immortal King. Facing the current situation, Yuan Shu, Immortal King, also made a move to fight. At this moment, countless immortal kings in the immortal realm moved. Zhou Tong and Hun Yuan, Immortal King, suppressed two dark immortal kings in succession, but there were no other immortal kings from the dark camp. Therefore, the situation was very clear. There were no follow-up reinforcements from the dark camp. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to completely take back the region that the immortal realm had lost in the past 200,000 years. Other than a portion of the immortal kings who are in seclusion, everyone in the immortal realm has made a move. That's right, this is a huge victory. Zhou Tong also understood that there were only 5 immortal kings in that area. He and Hun Yuan, Immortal King, suppressed 1 each. So how could the remaining 3 withstand the siege of so many immortal kings in the immortal realm? Their deaths were inevitable. Run! The expressions of the other dark immortal kings changed. They immediately ran out of the immortal realm without looking back. Don't even think about running. Pan King and the 2 immortal kings of the Golden Crow race worked together to stop the closest one, but the 2 immortal kings further away couldn't care less. They could only watch as they turned into 2 streams of light and rushed towards the realm sea. You want to run in front of me? Zhou Tong sneered. The Kuan Peng erupted with extreme speed, surpassing the void and reversing time. Only a stream of light could be seen. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed the 2 immortal kings. Split up and run. The 2 immortal kings also understood that they definitely couldn't outrun the fastest Kuan Peng in the world by themselves. They could only split up, and the one who could escape would have to depend on luck. No one can escape. A pair of golden wings with black spots spread out behind Zhou Tong, like 2 nebulas, directly blocking the 2 immortal kings at the same time. In terms of size, the Kuan Peng was also number 1 among the vicious 10. Then, he used a secret amplification technique. The Kuan Peng wings spread out, and the terrifying power suddenly collided with the 2 immortal kings. Boom! With a loud sound, the 2 dark immortal kings were hit by Zhou Tong at the same time. The armor on their bodies was shattered by him, and they flew out together. Although they didn't suffer any injuries, they couldn't escape. After this attack, Zhou Tong didn't make a move. This was because there were already more than 10 immortal kings rushing over from behind the immortal realm. These 2 immortal kings would definitely die. Moreover, this kind of amplification technique consumed an extreme amount of magic power. Coincidentally, Zhou Tong had just broken through to the immortal king realm and hadn't completely replenished the emptiness in his body. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it. He once again raised his head to the sky and sucked in the essence energy that filled the sky into his mouth. When he had completely recovered to his peak, the battlefield on the other side had also stopped. All the dark immortal kings had been suppressed, without exception. Zhou Tong flew back to the group of immortal realm immortal kings. Fellow Taoist is mighty. Fellow Taoist is the leader of this great victory. Several immortal kings spoke one after another. Zhou Tong smiled and nodded, and then divided the spoils of war with these immortal kings. Those dark immortal kings all had treasure troves on them. Other than the 2 dark immortal kings that were suppressed at the beginning, the remaining 3 dark immortal kings all had treasures on them, and Zhou Tong had a share of them. Next is to repair this checkpoint and purify the darkness. After dividing the spoils of war, an immortal king looked at the dark land and sighed. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.